Hello, everyone. We should be live, I think. So, welcome to episode 28 of the Jaded Talk, the last episode of the year 2023. And today we'll just have a quick little stream, quick because the books are quite short that we're going to talk about. Junior Jedi Knights, but only book 1 to 3. So, book 1 to 3 that includes the Golden Globe, Lyrics World, and Promises. Now, right off the bat, I think there's something insanely positive I can say about this entire book series so far, and I'm sure it's going to be the same for the rest of the books, is that they are, as the title says, surprisingly sophisticated, because most of the things I'm going to praise throughout these books are going to be things where I'm going to say they didn't need to do this, but they did, and it's actually quite genius, because right off the bat, your expectations going into these books should be quite low. Actually, it's junior books, so like not even young adult, but like junior. So you expect, okay, this is not really for my age bracket. This is supposed to be like, I don't know, some very, very lighthearted and immature story that you wouldn't care about too much. But no, actually, what these books manage to do is be quite a lot better than a lot of adult books, which is both a testament to the quality of these books and also a kind of sad state of the adult book section. Because, junior books should never be better than adult books, at least, if you compare them, fairly to each other. But these ones are, like, in quite a lot of cases. And that's good. It makes for a quite enjoyable reading experience, at least for these books. And yeah, we'll talk about the details in a few moments. Yeah, let's just go. Faber, you seem to have been going through, into to deep end or something. You need someone to talk to, maybe? So everything all right? How come giant green rabbits in Star Wars are over the line, but small white rabbits are perfectly fine? I think the giant green rabbits, you mean Jackson, right? Marvel Comics Jackson, or do you mean something entirely different? I don't know. If you do, then I don't know. It's a matter of execution, I guess. Yeah, this white rabbit worked quite fine. I don't know what the giant green rabbit was up to. Depends, I guess. I'd love to watch this live, but my OCD doesn't let me watch these things out of order. So I'll have to wait until you've done books 1 to 6 of Young Jedi Knights. I'm not sure. Were you there when I did Hand of Thrawn? Because if you were, then you kind of fought against your OCD already, which means you could watch this actually. So, but fair enough. Of course, you want to cover everything in correct timeline order. Love these books. Yep, same. I'm only starting, I've only started the 4th one now. 4 to 6, that's going to be a different stream. But yep, I can't say anything else. Even the one I liked least, I really, really liked a lot. So, yeah. Sure, but, with questions like these, Anakin is what, 10? Or was he 11? So, you're kind of sus, man. Everything all right? Jackson's just a normal guy who does stuff like someone you'd see in Mos Eisley Cantina. Yeah, but he was I haven't read the Marvel comics, and I really don't plan to ever, or at least in the foreseeable future. But he is just a green rabbit, right? That's his species, rabbit. Yeah, I don't know. Sivat probably has more experience with this than I do. There's nothing inherently wrong with Jackson. It's just people just don't like his design. If it's just a literal rabbit, I can see why people are maybe a bit thrown off. Like Ikrit, he basically is only a white rabbit, but I guess he looks like alien-like enough where you can sort of ignore it. But yeah, that's it. So, let's just quickly, we're gonna start with the first one, of course. Let's just quickly look at this here. The cover of the Golden Globe. Here, of course, we have like a nicely drawn cover here. We have Anakin Solo, who of course is going to be the protagonist of this, together with his newly acquired best friend Tahiri. This is, I think, this is the first appearance of Tahiri in the timeline. So we're going to learn a lot about her. We have, at least in the first book, we're going to have R2 here. And we have this white, furry little creature named Ikrit. And we'll learn more about Ikrit. And in the back of the cover, you have the titular Golden Globe. And I mean, yep, that's an accurate title. This book is about the Golden Globe. So, there's nothing really to say here. This book has no German translation, so I can't actually say anything about, the German title. And yeah, that's really all there's to say. This cover is, it's the same with the writing. It's shockingly better than a lot of adult covers, which it shouldn't have any right to be that way, but it has. And I mean, I don't mind that this one looks great, but that the others look, I mean, at least sometimes so terrible that this is like far better in comparison. It's kind of sad, and it shouldn't be this way, but hey, here we are. And what can you say? We can at least enjoy this very nicely like drawn cover. It's evidently no like Photoshop thing. It's a drawn cover, at least from what I can tell. So that's pretty great. That's really all there is to say about this one. I mean, yeah, sure, but like he looks like a rabbit. That's just what I meant. Of course, it probably doesn't say that he is literally a rabbit, but yeah, he clearly looks like exactly. But you also have dogs and hot chocolate in the EU. I mean, hot chocolate is kind of a different thing. Like the animal thing is always kind of funny because there's a clear cut with those. You have like mostly a clear cut. When I read the old Del Rey novels, so like Lando Adventures, Han Solo Adventures, it was very clear that this was before the new like world building philosophy of the EU was introduced. So animals were just literally described as the animals that they were. Whereas afterwards, you kind of had this introduction of Star Wars terms for everything else. So like animals, usually it wasn't just a cow or a dog, but some variation that makes it clear, okay, this is a Star Wars concept here. And that was always kind of nice. Sure, like dogs, I don't know. I know that I remember in Darksaber we have the Dutch being canon to the EU because it literally says Luke and Callista's ships was like flying through space like a flying Dutchman. So, but yeah, like I'm not saying it's the biggest problem. Again, I don't know anything about Jackson, so I have nothing really to say. I'm not the like. I just looked up a picture of him like 5 minutes ago. I was like, oh yeah, I guess. I mean, this doesn't look that cool, I guess, but I don't know. So I would have to read it to say more. Tahiri and Tanelka, my favorite female characters in the EU. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've heard Tahiri is a lot of like for a lot of people, Tahiri is a fan favorite. Mine, of course, still Mara Jade, but yeah, Tanelka. I haven't met Tanelka yet in the books. Yeah, Tanelka has not been mentioned yet. Exactly, yeah. But Tahiri, I like Tahiri a lot. Want to see what they do with her in like adult novels, right? But so far, she's pretty great. I can't complain even a bit. So I will just start with the first chapter of the Golden Globe, so book 1. There, oh yeah, so there was like a nice little prologue there, just introducing it a bit. I was like, I'm sure all these characters will find a nice happy end. Yeah, what I've done throughout this book series, I mean, if anyone listens and he doesn't know what happens, I'm not gonna say anything. But yeah, I'm aware of what journeys Anakin and Tahiri will go on in the future, and whenever I saw an indicator of that, like being like of there being a possibility for me to comment on that, I just always took it. I was like, oh, they sound so sweet. I'm sure everything will turn out all right for them. I couldn't help myself. But yeah, just as you know, the introduction of these characters were pretty cool. So Leia, a first for Leia almost, or like one of the first mentions of Leia being like that is she misses her children actually, and she does it so much that she, even though all three of them are force sensitive, meaning that in theory all three of them could join the Praxium together at once, she doesn't actually send all of them there at once because she wants to have some of her children with her at all times. That way she like first sent Jason and Jaina to the Praxium, and now she's sending Anakin while the two of them are not there anymore, which is both interesting, like from a characterization standpoint, and also gives an easy way, like it's an easy opportunity for Anakin to turn into the main character, because if Jason and Jaina are present, the entire plot of the trilogy would kind of be taken out of Anakin's control and put into theirs, because they are the older ones, the more experienced ones, even though they're still only like I think they're pre-teens as well at this point, or maybe like right at the teenage like age. But yeah, if the two of them were present, this wouldn't be Anakin's story, frankly. So this is actually a smart way to eject them out of the story they otherwise should have been in, and that's pretty well done. They have some great chemistry even in this series. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's very like childish still. They're like, I think Anakin is like 10, 11 or something, and Tahiri is like 8 or 9. So that's pretty cool. Like that we get to have a different kind of interaction between characters that we're not used to. But yeah. And on that note, oh, we have a surprise guest. It's that other guy. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad yourself.
Same. It's been nice. We just started with the first chapter, so you haven't actually missed all that much. Uh, and yeah, we're just talking about the chemistry of Anakin and Tahiri as characters in these books, which is, I would
Yeah,
argue, also quite well done.
yeah. I think I probably the best part about the series, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, there's surprisingly lots of good parts here, but that's probably the highlight for me as well. It's just them like growing close as friends. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Um,
it's really a lot of the time it's I don't know, Anakin's sitting at the table. He's quite quiet generally. I think in these
mhm,
books,
yep,
maybe not later on, but in these ones he definitely is. He's more of a shy kind of introvert
yeah,
character. And then
exactly.
you have Tahiri come along and just start running her mouth off, and he's just sort of overwhelmed at times, which is quite
Mhm,
cute. It's quite nice.
yeah, and it makes sense for both of them. Like Tahiri will give her reasoning why she's speaking so much. I mean, she's clearly aware of the fact that she's chewing his ear off, but there's a pretty like obvious reason that she's gonna tell us, which makes perfect sense for her. And it's interesting that she's self-aware of this. And yet it works perfectly because, yeah, as I said, Anakin is like the shy kid. If you have Jason and Jaina, who are both, I mean, Jason is not all that loud and boisterous himself, but they are a bit more confident than Anakin, definitely. And yeah, that's it's nice that there is a character here that can bring more out of Anakin in that way.
Yeah,
So
it's the good old opposites attract, really.
yeah, it always works. Like you have that with Luke and Mara, where it works quite nicely. Han and Leia worked quite nicely, and here I think Anakin and Tahiri are also characters that like bounce off each other perfectly. Um,
Hmm.
Honestly, better than Luke and Mara to me in terms of, I guess, on-screen chemistry and romance. I mean, in these books they're just friends, but they still work well together. Um, the thing is, from what I've been told, there's still a lot of good Luke and Mara on-screen moments coming, as like in NJO. So I can't like definitively judge that. They had great. I mean, we've had the discussion already, Magneto. I think they've had great on-screen chemistry in Thrawn trilogy and Hand of Thrawn. Uh, the other books, not so much, mostly because they weren't on screen together most of the time, like overwhelmingly. But yeah, I've heard Anakin and Tahiri be mentioned like as the favorite romance of a lot of people so far. I think most people usually mention Anakin and Tahiri. So I'm interested to see, especially obviously NJO, what's gonna happen to these two. I mean, as I said, I know where the journeys of both characters are going to. I'm aware of their fates, but yeah, still interested to see what's happening. Hello, Jason. How are you doing?
Hello.
Dude, I've been a fan since this debate with Hans Strong. Wait, I know the name Hans Strong, but who was that? I kind of.
Oh, just some random guy in the comments.
Some random. Okay, yeah, there you go. Different kinds of relationships. I won't. You mean like the romances, or I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to. Maybe it's something.
So you're referring to the fact that later on, Anakin sort of.
Still here, Josh?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, right now. Yeah. No, of course, that's when Noah appears in chat. Yeah, I'm sorry. I maybe your mic just went out for a moment. Maybe you could repeat the sentence.
Yeah, my screen was blacking out a couple of times earlier. I don't know why.
Okay, gotcha.
My laptop's not used to this. It hasn't done it for a while.
Yeah, it has to get itself used to streaming again.
Yeah, but no, I think it's quite commendable that I mean, again, especially for a children's book, that the writer Nancy Richardson, she managed to write these two characters who, they're young, so they're just friends at this point, which is nice. It's nice to have two characters of good chemistry who are just friends.
Yep.
Yeah, for a lot of people, they find it. I think a lot of people today find that quite hard to envision. Especially if, I mean, obviously this isn't the case for these books, but especially if the characters are the same gender. Like with, I don't know if you've seen
Frodo and Sam, famously.
What was that? Yeah,
Frodo and Sam, very famously.
Yeah, but recently with Star Wars, there's this thing going on with. I don't know if you watched Ahsoka.
I have not. I've been aware of kind of the story, but I haven't watched anything since Mando season 2, so I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so long story short, there's Sabine from Rebels and some new character who's a villain.
Oh yeah, the blonde.
Yeah, the blonde girl.
Yeah.
For some reason, even though the blonde girl's a villain, and there's no scenes where the characters actually like each other, people start shipping them, and I'm thinking, why? I don't know.
Oh, that's I mean, that's kind of to be expected. That's just a thing nowadays. And it's everywhere. I've seen that in anime circles. It always happens as well. It's really cringy, and it's so annoying. Oh,
but yeah, so that's why it's. Oh, hello, Pico.
Morning, Euro nerds. I just woke up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, sorry, Josh. Just go on.
Oh yeah, but I was just saying. So with all that in mind, it's really nice to read about. I mean, I say read about. I read these books like 5 years ago, but I still remember them. But it's really nice to read about just two young kids being good friends. It's very wholesome.
Yeah, I mean it's the best possible. It's the best possible book series to just make a simple friendship because these characters are kids. Like, there's really nothing else you can make them do in these books. Like, their wholesome friendship is just it's perfect. Yeah, their chemistry is.
Yeah.
It's definitely the highlight for me. I would say so as well. Yeah. And then Han and Leia. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I've heard a lot of people put Anakin and Tahiri as their number one romance, so I can see that. Luke and Mara is serviceable, but what? I'm sorry.
It's in my top 5 for sure as well.
Yeah, I think top 5. It's definitely
it's probably my favorite. Yeah, actually, no, it definitely is my favorite.
Yep. Luke and Mara are serviceable, but I could never fully appreciate their romance, probably because it wasn't present for most of their existence, for no discernible reason. So yeah. Oh, I get that. Josh returns for this, but won't do a Fate of the Jedi beatdown with me. I mean, hey, in 3 years, I will reach Fate of the Jedi, perhaps. So maybe
collaboration, maybe. Who knows?
Maybe we can reenact your classic at that point and do Fate of the Jedi. Why not?
Yeah.
I was saying the relationships are quite different, and I wouldn't try to compare them too much. Yeah, all of these relationships have their own dynamic, their own thing, and it's kind of difficult like to compare them because then it mostly comes down to your taste. Like, which dynamic do you like more? I mean, obviously you can compare the writing quality of their romantic scenes, but yeah, it's true, they are very distinct. I just meant in terms of chemistry written, Jason. Okay. I wonder how Nancy Richardson feels about what happened.
Oh yeah, Nancy Richardson created Tahiri, didn't she? I forget.
I guess so. Yeah, it's the first appearance of Tahiri, as far as I know. Is Nancy Richardson still around? I wonder.
She actually did an interview about Junior Joe Nights a couple years back, I think.
She did. Oh, that's interesting.
It was a small interview. They just asked her a few questions about, like general EU writer questions. How much, how. What was the question? Like, were you allowed to do what you want, or do you have to adhere to this and that? Those sort of questions.
Yeah.
And what was it like to write for Star Wars? Yeah, usual stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, I'm not aware. I never have I'm not aware of like additional material, but I'm not sure. It seems to me like she probably didn't do a whole bunch of interviews back in the day because she is only responsible for a very small part of the EU. It's nice, so it's nice to hear anything from her. But yeah, it would. I guess it would be an interesting question. Just like, hey, if she's even aware of what happened to her, like maybe she isn't. Who knows?
I don't think she is, to be honest. Probably not.
Yeah, I could see her just not knowing. So yeah, I watched the TheJadedTalk for the Disney Star Wars show. This hey, who knows? We have the capabilities for a lot of discussions if we wish to. Of course, we couldn't just discuss this book. Hey, we have the reputation of going off on tangents in the past, so that's always going to be a part. But could you start watching YouTubers talk about? Oh no, Magnino and Noah are starting in my chat. Hey guys, maybe like for stream 100, I can host a debate stream, like as a celebration stream. Oh boy, look at those nerds. Yeah, Jason, not all people can be as normal as us, can they? TheJadedTalk. Oh no chance. I don't. I mean, I could see myself actually like watching all these Disney shows because the time where I was like angry what's happened to Star Wars, that's long gone at this point. I could honestly see myself watching these shows and laughing my ass off, just having a fun time because yeah. So who knows? Maybe I'm bored at one point. Who would you say is the best? Alex and Noah. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an English like saying for this, but in German you have something like what teases each other likes each other. That's like a saying. So Noah and Alex are like by far the biggest ones here. And you see, Magnino is amused. So I leave for a few. Hey, you can fight it out in the Invincible comment section. It's gonna be out in like 40 minutes. So have your little funsies there. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen there. Let's just finish chapter 1 for now because we've just started.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. You haven't missed too much here. Exactly, and something I said before, and it kind of ties back to what you said, Josh, that Anakin, is kind of a shy character, so having him pair up with Tahiri is a good way to get him to just speak more. Is that, yeah, it's new for Leia to miss her children, which, leads to that's not normal for Leia. It's kind of a retcon, to be honest. So she never sends all of her children to the Praxium at once. She always wants to have at least one child with her. So Jason and Jaina went there on their own, and then Anakin went there on his own as well. And I think it was like it makes sense in universe, and it's also a good choice to make out of the universe, so to speak. Because if Jason and Jaina are present, it would kind of be hard to have Anakin be the protagonist of the story because I feel like naturally
outshined by Anakin a lot.
Yeah, like they would just naturally, I think, assume the control in the story because of just how they work. I mean, they are older, they have more experience, even though they are quite young themselves. So that's a good way and a logical way to have Anakin be alone here.
I
And
think
like
Anakin would just get relegated to the strong one.
Yeah, like
With a mystery chosen one thing looming overhead that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, that sort of happened with New Jedi Order a bit.
Okay, yep. They kind of did that in Corellian trilogy, right? Where
Yeah.
Jason and Jaina took control and said like, "Hey, Anakin, search for this now. Press these buttons and whatever." So it was just kind of the plot device, but he wasn't really a character because
That is
there's no way.
interesting. Yeah, that you guys mentioned that actually, because the idea that Anakin is, that when he's paired with Jason and Jaina, he seems to get relegated to, oh, he's the special, powerful kid.
Yep.
But then in here, because personally, I find these books to be my favorite characterization of him, just because because we've had loads of action hero Jedi where they basically they're like the chosen one.
Yeah.
Whereas this version of Anakin, I feel, is he's a bit different. So he's more like
reserved.
NGO Jason, really.
Yeah.
He's like an introverted Jedi who thinks a lot about his destiny and this and that and the other, which is
We're gonna get a lot of that in the next arc too.
Oh yeah, the next 3.
That's gonna be nice. Then I mean, without going into it too deeply, I think I've heard that what Jason is doing in NGO, like in the current timeline as we have it, is what Anakin was supposed to do originally until was it George Lucas who intervened?
Until George Lucas said, "Don't make Anakin the main character."
So they just made Anakin Jason.
They swapped.
Yeah, so I guess it makes sense that you mentioned like he reminds you of NGO Jason because that was kind of what he was supposed to evolve into until outside interference happened.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it still works for Anakin, and then we'll talk about Jason because it's a lot more interesting.
Okay, that's good then. I'm interested in that. Yeah, definitely.
You're right. It is nice to see Leia. It sounds weird. It's nice to see Leia actually showing concern for her children.
It's rare.
Yes. It is a bit weird.
It's that's what I like. Before you guys hopped on, I said this. Like, it's kind of sad sometimes, actually, that this book does a lot of things better than I would almost say most adult books I've read so far in the EU, because it really shouldn't be this way. It's, reading this book series, it's nice that it turned out this way, but if we're honest with ourselves, this should be normal Leia, like as we know her, but that's kind of not the case. So yeah, it's nice that she shows like very, very overt concern. Like,
well, depending on the person, some people would say that Leia should have been at the Jedi Academy training Anakin with Luke. If you like Jedi Leia, I guess.
Yeah, crazy idea, right? Jedi Leia. I mean, that was only set up in what? The Thrawn trilogy and Dark Empire. Crazy. Yeah. So when Josh reads Plagueis, you got to stop all your reading to read Plagueis 2 and do a special Jaded Talk. I will reread Plagueis. I mean, I've read Plagueis already, but we will definitely reread Plagueis for a Jaded Talk. It's out of the question that this isn't happening. Yeah, definitely. So when Josh does, because I don't know when you're gonna come around to read Plagueis, but it might be just like in the middle of the Denningverse, like when we are in the middle of the Denningverse. So that might actually be a very welcome break.
There you go.
We will need Pico for Invincible. Hey, as if you need to be there live. You can wait until we finished, and then you can do your little hate reaction, Noah. Yeah, they are a lot of fun. Thank you. So now we're gonna get to that stuff, but still look forward to your thoughts. Yeah, I mean, look, I've had very very open and prominent disagreements with both Noah and Josh. Like, Dark Empire is a big one. With Noah, it's Court of a Princess Leia. He really likes it. I hate it. We've had quite a few disagreements, so I could see myself maybe here and there having some more. Yes, we need the only guy with working internet to stream the video for us. All of you are fucking terminally online, but you have no stable internet connection. What's on with you guys? Yeah, I mean, Crystal Star, my favorite part of Crystal Star was the solo children's characterization, because that was like the first time they were very distinct, even in simple ways, but it worked fine. Anakin Solo's autism confirmed. So
Literally
are you
me.
saying, Noah, that's
Actually.
literally
Don't be
you?
that guy now.
Anakin Solo is literally me. Not quite.
Yeah.
No, but-
Noah
I mean-
2023.
I mean, I guess you could say that if you wanted to. Yeah, exactly. All of them had something to do. Did Uldir? I don't remember that name.
That's
So
the
Book
next arc.
4.
book 4. Okay, I've only started book 4, so no, he has not yet. There is no way you will like Legacy of the Force. I'm willing to bet money on that. I don't believe I will like that either. Like, as I said, most of my initial feelings going into a book have been confirmed.
With the sole exception of Outbound Flight.
Outbound Flight is like the very, very big exception to that, and really the only one. Yeah, everything else was kind of how I expected it to be. So, yeah, I don't expect to be surprised, but who knows? I haven't read it yet. Oh no, maybe now you two can start your own fight here. Exactly. So,
But chapter
Yep.
1, I believe. Yeah, I believe that's pretty much anything. It's just Leia sending him off and Anakin arriving there.
yeah, that's really all notes I have on it. She tells Anakin to call if he needs anything on Yavin 4. That's just, insert the obligatory JAT joke in here. How is he gonna contact them from Yavin 4 when Yavin 4 has no contact? Blah blah blah. We've done this joke 500 times already.
Call us if you need anything.
Yeah,
That's a direct quote from Leia.
yeah. It's crazy how that is kind of a retcon to just say call us. But
To be honest,
there you go.
I think Nancy Richardson never read those, and probably for the better.
Yeah, I think at this point canonically they do have communication on the Yavin, but I will never let go of this joke. It's too simple and funny to me to ever do. So I'm gonna write this one to death.
Yeah.
Um,
There is one thing actually in chapter 1 I forgot to mention. So it talks about when Jason and Jaina return from their time at the academy. That's a quote from the book. So
Mhm.
there is a bit of contention about where this takes place in the timeline. Some people say, like Matt Wilkins, for example.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, some people say it takes place after Shadow Academy, but before Diversity Alliance. But I don't know. The impression I get is that it was before all that, because and some people say because Anakin's 11, and after Shadow Academy he would have been about 13. So he would have been too young here.
I think it's
Also,
pretty clear that the original intention was to make it after Young Jedi Knights at some point. However,
See, I
it
don't
very
know.
quickly divulged because there's a line in chapter 1 where they say Jaina and Jason had already done their time at the academy, which was very clearly.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing.
Yeah.
There is that, but there's also just the problem of Anakin's age, because he's 11.
Yes.
Then that's about a year before Young Jedi Knights, because Jason and Jaina are about 14 in that.
Yeah, pretty quickly on, the Young Jedi Knights get hammered into a point in the timeline, and then the age here.
Yeah.
And JJK hammers in, so
it probably can't take place. And I haven't read Young Jedi Knights, but I know there's all the Shadow Academy and whatnot. But I can't see some people. I think Matt theorized as well that maybe these take place during that, but I don't think so, because I mean, why would Leia let Anakin go to the academy if there's the threat of the Shadow Academy?
I mean,
because we have Bantam Leia in the Young Jedi Knights.
exactly, it is Bantam Leia, so we have to account.
I have to wonder, actually. Do you think in Young Jedi Knights they can't communicate outside of Yavin?
I
That's
think
a good question. Actually, I think we'll get there.
I think it's actually supposed to be like I think it might have been in Darksaber or something where it's explicitly mentioned that at some point they actually built up communication devices on Yavin 4.
But it doesn't even make sense, because
it's Kevin.
It's supposed to be the Rebel hidden base, and they don't have communication devices.
Yes.
What kind of base is that?
It's a very dumb one.
It's
Imagine you build up an academy that is entirely reliant on outside supplies, and you don't have communication.
Supply drops, yeah.
Yep.
They're not at war.
All roads lead back to this. It's so funny, actually.
All roads lead to the.
Yeah.
No, we won't talk about that.
Yeah. About the
dreaded.
timeline thing, I don't know if chapter 1 explicitly mentioned that they are like actually done with their training, or if they were on.
It doesn't. It just
doesn't.
No.
No.
They came
Just
back
as-
from.
They just came back. Okay, then it
Yeah.
wouldn't be too far off to assume they went back home and
Yeah.
came back to the academy, because Anakin does exactly the same thing in chapter 4.
Exactly.
He comes back to the academy 3 months after promises. So I don't see how that couldn't be the case as well.
Yeah, but also I think Anakin in these books, and Tahiri, the stuff they learn is very beginner stuff. And so, I mean, maybe in Young Jedi Knights they learn some more advanced stuff. So maybe Jason and Jaina's time before this was their junior class that Anakin had.
Probably, yeah.
Maybe. I'm just theorizing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just, it's like normal school. They have times off. They did like their first grade, and now they come back for second grade, or however you want to compare that. Maybe.
Yeah,
I could see that.
And this is Anakin's first grade, basically.
Yeah, exactly, basically like that. Yeah, there you go. We did.
There you
go. Sivat also, where is it? Yeah, Sivat immediately had his own thoughts right at the beginning before he even started the scene. So there you go. Okay, we were here. Yeah, I didn't know I would have such like a prominent guests here, so I'm sorry we went a bit off the rails with some. The timeline theory. Yeah, I don't think. Oh, I think in his comment section when he talks about that, you for sure can find somebody who agrees. So it's not only him. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Maybe that could have been
It makes
John
perfect
Whitman
sense.
cancelled series.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that could have easily been something else. I blame. Of course, it's always San's fault. Oh, if only he,
read these books before making the Thrawn trilogy.
Before writing the Thrawn trilogy, then everything else would have been better. My favorite theory is that all of Young Junior Jedi Knights takes place while the kids are on Coruscant. In the Lost Ones, Anakin is also on Coruscant. I've heard that as well, actually. It's like
that is quite funny.
Yeah. The thing is, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for that to be true, because sometimes you'll read a book and it clearly says something, and in the next chapter, or like in the next book, it says something completely different, and you're like, wait, that's not true. It actually didn't happen this way. So, maybe he was and wasn't on Coruscant. Who knows? It was all. Is that an actual theory, or did you just make that up? I could see somebody.
You probably just made that up.
I could see that being an actual theory, so I want to know that all of Junior Jedi before Matt Wilkins just poisoned everyone's mind. Hey, the man's just thinking for himself and trying. He's a man. I like that whole great thing since it gives another difference to the NJO. Yeah, and I mean, this isn't the prequel era Jedi Order. Like, you're not separated from your parents forever. You go there, and I mean, like I said, in Promises, Anakin goes back to Coruscant, and then in Anakin's Quest, he comes back after 3 months. Why not? That's like the simplest and easiest thing to conceptualize. So, yeah, easy explanation for me.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's really all there is to say for that first chapter. Leia and Han are worried. Anakin is like pretty excited, and not worried at all, which makes sense. And that's really all there was to say here. Chapter 2. Oh yeah, another funny from me. Tion now has pearl-colored eyes, not mother of pearl eyes. Just wanted to mention that. It's a retcon. I was a big fan of Mother of Pearl, so
don't worry, it comes back.
It comes back, yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that's actually the first time here that I ever even heard of that, is that Tion isn't actually a human. She's humanoid, so she's like some alien hybrid thing, mostly human, I guess, but still there is some alien in her. So she's just gets called humanoid, and I was like, wait, what? Because I just kind of assumed Tion is a regular human, but I guess she's not. So there you go.
Yeah, it's Star Wars. I'm not too bothered.
Yeah,
Not bothered
I
at
guess I
all.
was just surprised because she's been a part of this book, like of this universe for so long, and I think it never mentioned that before. Might have also just read over that, but yeah, that's just it. As we know, there are different traits. There are the Banthas and whatever the other guys look. Right? Like in the kindergarten, like the Banthas and the Crate Dragons or whatever. Okay, it was a better time when I thought there was an actual Jedi. I mean, we have a Jedi hut. No, we have 2 Jedi huts, so why not? A Jedi Bantha honestly sounds like something that would happen in a Hambly book. Oh yeah, with a Jedi Gamorrean.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jedi Gamorrean riding the Jedi Bantha.
yeah. I'm not sure if it was in a Hambly book or in another book where a Gamorrean was the sergeant at arms of the New Republic Senate. I was like, really? Okay, whatever. It might have been in a Hambly book, but I don't remember. Chapter 2, yeah, Anakin's character just kind of gets established here, and it's simple enough. Like, he doesn't have a lot of friends. Apparently, and the way the book describes it, it's by choice. He just likes to think a lot and spends a lot of time alone, which, yeah, I mean, from all the books we've gotten so far, that's basically what he has been. And that makes understandable why Noah relates to him so much. As he said himself, so that's not an insult.
Yeah.
And he meets with Tahiri for the first time here. It's pretty interesting. He's pretty annoyed at her because, like, he was just going off somewhere and wanted to have thinking time for himself. And he found the great audience chamber. That's where he went. She also found that place, and she just immediately started talking to him, and like she's babbling off. And oh yeah, we also get to find out she was brought up by the Tusken Raiders, so she lived with Tusken in her childhood. And yep, that's just kind of what we get here. Like, she's a very bubbly person, which is, of course, clear contrast to how Anakin is. And yeah, that's really all there is. Like, they are both kind of lonely, and so they decide to be friends, which, yeah, that's kind
It's
of
a nice moment,
children do.
actually, though.
Yep. It's
It is quite funny, though, because Anakin mentions that it's hard to get a word in with her talking all the time. Which, again, yeah, they're more mature than some adult books in Star Wars.
yes.
But they've also got a better sense of humor, which is really weird.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
it's
in a
kind
good
of
way.
yeah, no, definitely in a good way. It's just it's always jarring then when you like think back to the adult books that you've read and you're like, why is this better? Like, why does this do a lot of stuff that it shouldn't do better? Actually, like, why does it actually do better?
This should be the norm.
Yeah, like this should be in an adult book, like this sophisticated. But yeah, it kind of just is not. Just sad.
Yeah, it's also quite right.
So whenever Noah complains about Matt not reading the books, just remember that he thought they were. I mean, fair enough there. Sorry, Josh. Yeah, continue.
Oh no, I was just saying it also establishes the fact that Tahiri never wears shoes because on Tatooine she has to wear all these white robes and cover herself up because it's hot and sandy. And she says, "I never want to wear shoes again," because she it says she loves the feel of just the tiles of the Yavin Temple. They're nice and cool.
Yep.
Which is again, nice little character building moments. I like that these books don't really beat around the bush too much. They're just very straight to the point, no filler, which is nice.
That's something I've explicitly mentioned. I don't know in which one, but in one of the chapter reviews, I've explicitly mentioned like the time aspect there, and we're gonna get back to that because that's. Oh no, actually, we can just talk about this now. These books, as you said, they don't beat around the bush. They get to the point, and as I said, that should also be the norm because you don't need every literal detail of everything. Like, when a character, like at the end of the chapter, says, "I'm going to this space station now," and in the next chapter he just is there. Like, if there's no problem related to that, then just make him go there, because a bunch of books just meander around. They talk about things that don't really matter, and I said, like, there's nothing adult about wasting your time. It's just kind of unnecessary a lot of times. And this book, like, they say, "Oh, let's go to Tatooine now." and then they sit in the shower and they're off to Tatooine. It's just that simple sometimes. Yeah, that's good.
Mhm.
Like, you don't. Of course, it's nice to have things explained at times, but you don't need it literally every time for every little thing. And
But even something as simple as Tahiri likes or doesn't wear shoes can also open up world building too, because now, as you said, she feels the cold tiles
Yep.
of the palace. Now we know if that it's actually kind of chilly in there.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Simple things like that.
It's really simple because it clearly shows that there is an expectation that you're smart enough to just kind of get. I mean, you're not gonna get every little detail all the time. Obviously, I didn't think about that one explicitly now, but it's just you're smart enough to figure out things that are mentioned there, and kind of left open. But it's very easy to assume the rest of the information. Yeah, this should be the normal way to do it. It's very interesting, actually, and you can just imagine Ghost Anakin Skywalker seeing his grandson become friends with an honorary Tusken. Yeah. Oh, but wouldn't it have been so much cooler if the Tusken tribe that she went to is actually the tribe that Anakin attacked all these years ago? Like, they are the remainders or something.
When they were dead.
A cool connection.
He killed all of them, didn't he? I mean,
Even
so
the
he's
men and
dead.
women.
Everyone.
And the
Maybe
children.
one family survived and they built themselves up again, and now they are out for revenge. Wouldn't that have been awesome? Such a great connection. I'm joking. I would believe that, no problem. That sounds like a Joe retcon. Wait, what?
Some of you writers.
Wait, what?
Is that real?
No.
It's oh, okay. Good.
It doesn't sound unbelievable, so I'm.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
Like, imagine. Oh god, just imagining that is kind of hilarious. Oh, okay.
It's the Morbius effect, as Sivir to say.
Yeah, I can't confirm whether or not that was a lie because no one actually finished SE to my knowledge. Matt never even started it. Fair enough. I could reasonably see that.
It's the Morbius effect. No one has seen it, so they can't confirm nor deny.
But hit that paint counter. Yeah, true. Here you go. I mean, are you wrong though? Yeah, it's kind of.
He's not wrong. No.
Nope. I like that.
I think they're going to be doing this to us for the rest of the video.
Yeah,
They'll say
probably.
Iprit was actually Jackson's cousin or something.
Or like, yeah, Darth Crate is like, I don't know, the stepbrother of whoever. Like, you can say a lot of things and be like, well, I guess it could be true. I mean, we're never gonna know because, god damn it, when are we gonna ever read through all of Supernatural Encounters? That takes like 10 years probably.
Years.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to ask Marcel because he's the one who makes the most consistent progress. But yeah. Chapter 3. That's also kind of nice here. It's like very implicit world building as well. So Anakin and Tahiri, they're both brought to bed, and it's very evident that there are contrasts between them because Anakin doesn't really complain all that much, which means he's used to being brought to bed at time, like during the proper times, whereas Tahiri is not because she was with the Tusken Raiders. That really wouldn't be that much of a thing with the Tusken. So, yep, that was just kind of a nice little moment there. And, oh yeah, and we get introduced to a dream, and that's going to be like the recurrent thing here is that Tahiri has a nightmare, which is that she's on a raft in a green river. And she had that for quite a while now, but now she can actually see because Tahiri mentions like she wouldn't know what a river is. She's lived all her life on Tatooine. Of course, how would she? Now she recognizes that this river is actually on Yavin 4. And I think she always also used to dream of somebody trying to reach out to her and save her from drowning. And now she can actually see for the first time who that person is, and it's Anakin. So they just kind of know, okay, there's something gonna be happening here. We assume that this scene is gonna be reenacted, and of course it will be. But yeah, it's just foreshadowing for now. That was really all there was to say here. The Golden Globe has actually been revealed to have been created by Naga Sadao in
Maybe X Raccoon just wrote his name on it.
I mean,
he put his signature.
I
Yeah.
did this.
I was here.
Copyright infringement.
So what should be writing Star Wars Essential Guides on RPG? Oh, that would be so funny. Because he would write everything. Like, you would read the book and read it in Sivert's deadpan voice when he's making a point.
You would know exactly what's happening, but you would hate every second of it.
That would be really funny, actually. By the way, what you said about the survivors of the slaughter being the same tribe Tahiri belong to honestly sounds like something Pena would do. He sounds like a guy who also does this kind of thing, at least from what people have told me about him. I mean, yeah. Doesn't sound too unbelievable for Star Wars, so I'm never gonna rule out the possibility. Yeah. So, chapter 4. Oh yeah, I gave the book a 0 out of 10 at this point because Anakin speaks about his family and he mentions, quote, "My mom is Leia Organa Solo. She is blah 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 and Chief of State of the New Republic." I know she's Chief of State again, not still, but
I don't need to be reminded of it.
yeah, it's this constant callback to, oh, you remember this, by the way? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's
I hate it.
that's part of the downside of it being a kid's book. Although I say that, I've read Star Wars adult books that do that too.
Yeah, like
You know which ones?
yeah. I remember Admiral Akbar once again saying it's a trap because I remember that line from that one movie I've watched. So yeah, it's more appropriate for children's books because yeah, a child probably has seen the movie and he might be like, "Oh my god, I remember that line." Yeah, an adult
There
might.
is. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, that was just it.
Oh, I was just saying there is a sweet moment at the start of chapter 4 where Tahiri, is saying, "We need to talk, Anakin." I think it's relating to the dream, and Anakin's just like, Anakin isn't really into it. He explains to her. He said, "I don't really like to talk in the morning," so he's establishing, and she's like, "Oh, you don't like," and she's like, "Oh, nonsense! You don't like to talk." Period. So Tahiri's definitely American.
Yeah.
I told you guys, Tahiri's just live.
Oh
So
yeah.
Tahiri's most American women.
Probably.
Because they always use that
Tahiri
word,
has, like,
period.
It's like a Valley Girl accent. Oh my
Mhm.
god, like, you just never like to talk, period.
So Tahiri has a southern accent.
That, I mean, I could see that, sure. Why not?
One time, me and Noah joked she might have an Austrian accent.
Austrian.
I don't know where that came from. I think it was something to do with Darth Crate being played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's a Tusken Raider. So Tahiri's Tusken Raider. So the Tusken Raiders are Austrian, I guess.
Yeah. I have cis all over the fucking planet of Coruscant. Yeah. Why
Can
not? Yeah, I mean, sure, if Crate is played by Schwarzenegger, Crate is canonically the father of Tahiri. Why not? Let her be Austrian. I mean, she's blonde. There's a high probability. Why not?
Yeah.
Only if you add some Oh yeah, Pena. I've heard he has his.
So Anakin may have done some Soviet-style revenge on Tuskens.
Oh man, exactly. Yeah, Anakin slaughtering the Tusken. That was a representation of the class war or something.
He probably would have written something like that. To be fair.
Yeah, probably. Read Skywalkers and see how much stuff he can just overly connect. I've heard that is something that happens in Skywalkers, but yeah, it isn't like Skywalkers like. Doesn't that connect to like TCW, or am I misremembering something? Is it supposed to connect to TCW?
I'm not sure. Clone Wars is a mess.
Yep, it is. So like, if there's any connect, because I'm not gonna read the fucking Siege and Gambit and bullshit like that. I have no patience for that. TCW is out there. I don't care. It doesn't. I don't include it. What do you mean Kevin only writes for?
He knew who we were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like if I had a child, I wouldn't let them read fucking Jedi Academy trilogy. No chance.
Good choice.
No, that's a Hambly thing.
No, that's a Troy Denning thing.
True. Maybe they could cooperate. Like,
Well, Tahiri is a Southern. Hey, she could be. You never know. Now that I think about it, it might actually work well with Anakin. I imagine Anakin's like Harrison Ford. Just what's Harrison Ford's accent?
does he even really have one?
Generic American, general American.
He just kind of sounds like he's stoned all the time. Like,
That's true.
but
No,
I don't know.
he just didn't want to be on Star Wars.
Yeah, he really hated Star Wars, but he really liked that paycheck. So he just kept whining, but he kept collecting that money. Fair enough. Skywalker connects vaguely to TSW in the sense that it tries to fit that new tie frame, but it was written to be fit with. Okay. Yeah,
Wasn't no? Weren't you complaining earlier that we were talking about TV shows?
Oh man. A really fucked up retcon is slowly taking shape in my head. Do we know how long Shmi was? Shut up. Fuck. I don't even want to know. We don't know, and we don't want to know. Or if we do know, then we don't want to. At least I don't. Yeah, I mean, that's the Fritze gene
Imagine
activated in her.
Imagine never talking about the Dennyverse again when discussing Junior Joe Knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gotta be impossible. So at Kanban, you're doing full pen. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'm not even gonna try to make this work out in my head.
Forget Clone Wars. Let's go back to this.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at the Skywalkers eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I like little bits like that where Anakin says, "Oh yeah, he's not really a morning person." Blah blah blah. You know, just again, nice little character building moments. Tahiri is clearly just she's up and ready as soon as she opens her eyes, whereas Anakin takes a bit more. Yeah, he takes a bit more time to just get accustomed to everything in the morning, which I can relate to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it immediately makes sense because the way Anakin is introduced, it sounds like he is a person who, doesn't like the morning. Like, Jaina, she has a multi-tool. She likes building around with machines and all that. I could imagine that she gets up early, and Anakin's like, yeah, he doesn't really want to get up. It's too annoying to get up early, and he would rather just sleep. And it's subtle, it's little, but it fleshes out the character much more because you just get information. We don't have a lot of information about Anakin at this point,
And
it's
he
nice,
just doesn't. Yeah, he just. Well, I think it's more he just. I think it is a bit that, but he just doesn't want to talk to anyone either. And I wonder if it has anything to do with. And I'm just speculating here. I wonder if it's anything to do with the fact that he has his little internal struggle of, my name's Anakin. Am I going to become the next Darth Vader? I wonder if that puts him off talking to people for whatever reason. I don't know.
Would make a lot of sense because I mean, in these books we're gonna mention the instances, but he mentions that all the time. It's like, yeah, I am named after Darth Vader, and that's kind of a
weird.
big deal. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like, oh, what am I supposed to do with that information? Yeah.
See, I think it makes sense because he's the type of person he is. He's very shy and sensitive, and if you're shy and sensitive, you tend to overthink certain things. So I think it makes sense for him to be like that.
Definitely, yeah. And about information like that, especially that is like, if you don't have a lot of experience with the Force, would be quite important. It's like, oh my god, will I turn out dark as well now because I'm named after him or something? Makes sense to me. Yep. Focus on the backstory. If you shut up.
I don't know who that is.
Let poor Dan enjoy these books. Exactly. I don't know what you mean, and I'm gonna enjoy these as far as I can.
Shut up, Noah.
Fuck you.
Oh god.
Exactly. So yeah, we get and we get even a bit more about Anakin, and that's like the first instance also of like, okay, it's kind of understandable and more sophisticated than you expect. Obviously, Anakin feels pressure to live up to his family because everyone he kind of knows is a big deal. Luke is a hero. His parents are heroes. I mean, that's like normal child/teenage struggles that everyone can sort of relate to. Like if you know someone in your close family was like a really big deal. You feel like you need to live up to that. Very very simple and nicely done. Yeah, Tahiri just kind of speaks about her past with the Tusken. To me, it seemed kind of evident, like, okay, the Tusken probably killed her parents, right? Because she knows that she was with the Tusken, like, as far as she can think back. She knows she had other parents, like her actual parents. She just doesn't know what happened to them, and the Tusken won't tell her. Like, okay, probably means they killed her, right? That's like the most logical explanation, and we'll speak about that later.
There is
Yeah,
a good
exactly.
part.
Yeah.
There's a good part right after that actually, where Anakin basically talks about he explains to Tahiri about his family and that he has 2 older siblings,
Mhm.
and Tahiri asks what are they like, and again I'm not sure when these came out in relation to young Jedi Knights, but Anakin responds with, "Well, Jason is pretty wild. He loves spending time outside. He collects bugs and gets into a lot of trouble." Interesting.
Mhm.
Jason's one gets into trouble. Jaina is more
Yep.
like me. She likes taking things apart and then figuring out how to put them together. I don't get to spend too much time with either of them. They were on Yavin 4 for the past few months studying. Now I'm here. So, yeah, that's a nice little moment.
Yeah, because like if I think, I mean, if I look back to the previous iterations of these characters throughout like Bantam, to me it always seemed like Jaina is the one who would more likely be the one to get into trouble and kind of, rope Jason in with her ideas, because he's a bit more timid than Jaina to me. At least that's what I get
She's
from Bantam. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's definitely the most. I mean, at least in Crystal Star, I read that one.
Yeah.
She's definitely the most confident of them. But I think Jason has that sort of mischievous side. But
Mhm.
I think a lot of the time it takes Jaina can really bring it out in him.
Yeah.
Or if Jason maybe has a crush, I guess.
I think a Corellian trilogy had it the other way around too.
What was it?
Jason and Jaina's personalities. I think I'm pretty sure they were flipped.
I think
As
so.
in Jason was the mischievous one, or Jaina?
Yeah, I think Jason was a bit more, but to be honest,
Oh,
I don't remember.
I
fully.
think so.
mean-
And then Jaina's into animals. I don't remember anymore.
oh, that's
Yeah,
weird.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
remember something about them being flipped.
Yeah, strange.
Yeah.
But that's I think that's probably just Bantam for you.
Yeah.
There wasn't
Yeah.
any. I mean, according to Noah, Kevin was in charge of all that, but I don't know.
What a surprise. Bugs.
Of course.
Shut up.
You can't help yourself, can you? No.
He never can. He has,
It's because he secretly loves it.
obviously, yeah. I believe early Justin tries to be kind of like his father, a lovable rogue, if you will.
Mm.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, I think so. And Jaina, yeah, I guess with how headstrong she is, I guess she is also a bit like her mother. But of course, her mother uses it for quite other purposes than she does. But yeah, obviously, it's gonna be interesting to see like how consistently they manage to like characterize them, because yeah, it's kind of been back and forth a bit in the last books, so it's gonna be fun to see. Exactly. So, oh yeah.
So I just wanted to mention another funny bit. So they're talking about the dream, and Tahiri,
Mhm.
Anakin's a bit surprised, thinking that Tahiri had a dream about him, because he points out to her they've only known each other for a day, and Tahiri basically just says, "Don't flatter yourself.
Yeah.
You're not so terrific that I'd have a dream about you for no reason." Which again,
Yeah.
I love her. She's a really fun character.
It's funny, and because like especially in the next moment when she's like, I think she's like storming off somewhere, and Anakin's just confused, and he's like, wait, Jason at one point explained to me like, oh yeah, girls get
Women.
something, it's called crushes. He just, I guess in his own preteen or like early teen logic, tried to explain to him what that means, and of course he has no clue either.
Wait, where is that?
Yeah, it was right at that point. So, and that was actually my next note. So Anakin tells, like, they talk to each other about Tahiri's dream, and then he annoys her by implying it could be, she had that dream because they met. She's like, don't flatter yourself. And at that point, he was like confused why she was even, because she seemed mad at him, obviously. Like, wait, but Jason, he explained to me like blah blah blah, something about girls getting crushes or something.
Oh yeah,
Hang
on, I've got the quote here actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. So the boy, so Tahiri says, talk about the dream, like you said earlier. The boy who held out that paddle was you, and it says Anakin was silent. So this was what his brother Jason was always talking about.
Yeah.
I guess girls do get crushes on boys and say things that make no sense. He thought. Oh, that's brilliant. I forgot about that.
It's great. Yeah, it's so funny.
But what Pika said earlier about these books doing something, like having something in them where you can think, oh yeah, it tells you information about something else. Like with this one, it's in most books it would just be like a one-off funny line, but in this one it's a case of, oh, so Jason gives his little brother advice on girls and probably on other things too, which is again, it's
his older brother advice.
Yeah, it's building up their relationship without Jason even being there, which is really good actually.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes their relationship matter more because on paper all of them are siblings, obviously, but you haven't really read anything yet about them, say for a few books. So it just kind of it builds up a lot more than just this one line. There's much more behind that, and it's always great when they manage to convey a lot of information with just a few words, which if you're skilled, I guess is pretty easy.
I think they call that writing.
I think so. Yeah, I think people have described
Pika,
that.
what are you talking about? What's writing?
It's something only few people manage. Most of them didn't find their way to Star Wars, sadly. They do end up sharing a lot with their parents. You can kind of see a little of Han and Leia on both at different times in their life. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, obviously, they wouldn't be carbon copies of either one of them. They are kind of a mishmash. Makes sense. It's nice. You can make an argument Jaina ends up sharing a lot more in common with her father and Jason with her mother. That's kind of what, with his mother. Yeah, that's kind of what I've heard usually. Like she's more, like she also kind of gets into flying and whatnot. So yeah, gonna be nice to see how that develops. Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Minderville.
Oh, nice. That's a great book.
Didn't know that actually. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting reread because so far that's like the only book that I've read, and I came out of it and was like, I don't even know quite what happened here. Like still don't quite know what to think about this book. Not really negative, but also not quite positive. I don't know. It's tough to say because it's a very special book, and I hope I'll understand more about it when I eventually reread it. But yeah, there you go. 15th anniversary. Jesus. I mean, that would be kind of secretly based if this was the case. Like I'm actually also not
making it up on the spot.
Just like speaking about like the stupidest thing that comes to mind. And
yeah, that'd be crazy if you did that, right? Imagine making a YouTube channel where you just didn't read the books.
Like never. Would be crazy, huh? Exactly. So yeah, that's really it. Oh yeah. Yeah, Anakin is just kind of confused from that whole interaction, and that was my next joke here. Like I'm sure he won't think that like weirdly or that badly about girls once he's married. It's like, oh yeah, wait, okay. Something happened, I guess. Speak about it another time.
We'll get there when we get there.
We will. Imagine if no one actually ever read those books and we are just agreeing. I mean, I can imagine an entire fandom just being like gaslit into believing things about books that nobody's ever read. Because if nobody's read them, how can anyone ever check, right? Chapter 5, exactly. Yeah. Anakin, he tries to apologize for something. I think he also doesn't quite know what he's supposed to apologize for, and Tahiri like pretends that he doesn't exist. Which is like, yeah, I mean that's that's a relatable interaction there, I guess. Bro is like totally confused. What's the deal with her?
This is the most relatable moment Star Wars has ever been.
Probably. Yeah, probably. And it's just like a little moment. It's like, oh, this one-off sentence in a children's book manages to be the most relatable character-wise. Kind of concerning, but oh well. Um, yeah. Then we, Luke comes into the story. He basically gives the junior class a rundown of the entire original trilogy, like everything that happened, and basically like a crash course how to not be evil, and like yeah,
Don't
I mean
do
that
that.
totally works. It's like
Being
a
evil
very
is cringe.
evil is not
It's not good.
nice. Yeah, evil is bad. Yeah, I mean that totally works. Like that's
I think
Yeah.
I think there's even a bit where I think Luke basically explains the whole Empire reveal, and all the children are like, "Oh!"
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Anakin's just standing there like, "Oh yeah, I've heard this story 100 times."
Yeah,
True. Yeah, that's also makes them
that's
really
correct.
special.
That did happen.
Yeah, and I mean
They don't know I'm named after him.
Yeah. He's sweating nervously.
Yeah, he's standing in the corner. They don't know what I know.
What was Darth Vader's name? Anakin Skywalker. Everyone turns to Anakin.
Like everyone's just
You're
stares
like
at
in
him.
class if there's like a maths problem, and you has a scenario, and the scenario has like the names of
Yes.
characters, and one of the characters in the scenario is your name. Everyone just looks to you.
Yeah.
That must be Anakin.
Yes, these are my watermelons.
Yeah. Oh, you've bought 30 watermelons. Why would you do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that I could totally see that happening because I mean it's children, obviously. That would happen, yeah. And it's totally acceptable also to have like this very simple rundown of the story because I mean he speaks to children. He literally tries to make it accessible to them. Obviously, he wouldn't use big words, so totally fine. And oh yeah, Tahiri then immediately like Luke mentions just the concept of destiny kind of, and Tahiri immediately tries to connect that to like the two of them, to Anakin and Tahiri and her dreams. And and he thinks that it's kind of crazy to believe that something like this could be destiny, but then during that night actually he has the exact same dream that Tahiri has, just from his perspective, trying to save her instead of the other way around, obviously. So no, he probably is convinced now that there's something deeper going on than just a coincidence. And chapter 6, we have another really adorable scene because Anakin tells Tahiri about his dream next morning, and he apologizes to her because in his dream he wasn't actually able to save her, which of course, obviously it's a dream. How would he be able to? Like, he has no control. But it's just kind of sweet to imagine that he would apologize for something like that. I couldn't save you in my dreams.
It says he even hung his head.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, right. That's, I don't know. It was just like, oh yeah, that's really adorable. I just like that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do you want to say something, Josh?
No, I was just saying, in the previous chapter, I thought it was funny when Tahiri was trying to explain the concept of destiny to him after they left, and Anakin just said, "Shh, I'm thinking," and then she kept on talking anyway.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't want.
That's a recurring thing throughout these books, and it never gets old for some reason.
It doesn't, no, because it's endearing to these characters. I mean, it's children. You automatically like change your expectations for the characters because they're children, and seeing those traits you would obviously expect from children. Like, there's the brooding and silent type who just really wants to think for himself, kind of is maybe a bit shy, and then there's the one who can't stop speaking. Yeah, we all have known a child like this in the past, so it's really relatable, kind of, or we've been one of those.
Yeah, I have to say, the way these books are written, really, it reminds me of Avatar: The Last Airbender, in the sense that they're clearly for children, but they can still be enjoyed by adults.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's an instant seal of quality.
Children aren't stupid. You don't need to dumb down the ideas. You just dumb down the language.
Exactly.
It's like, and it's okay to expect quality. Like, lack of quality can't really be explained away with, oh, it's for children. It's like, we've had like really, I mean, like you said, Avatar: The Last Airbender, that's like exceptional in quality. And you can argue that this amount of quality wasn't really necessary for a children's entertainment product, because children are satisfied with far simpler things than what we got with Avatar. But
yeah,
they did, and it's
They
kind
deserve better. That's the thing.
exactly.
yeah. I couldn't save you my dreams. Is that a prequel? Well, yeah. Well, these were written before the prequels, so is George Lucas play? Hang on. So George Lucas didn't want Anakin to be the main hero for New Jedi Order because he had the prequels come out, but he didn't want people to confuse the characters.
Yep.
Yeah, Anakin Skywalker is copying Anakin Solo.
Yep.
Is George
he accidentally created a dichotomy. That's pretty epic, actually.
Is George Lucas plagiarizing Junior Joe Knights?
Yeah. Making them have similar scenes, like that doesn't make it easier for them to be distinguished from one another. Like if your goal is to not have people confuse the two of them, maybe don't copy the same concept.
Yeah. When did this come out?
Oh yeah, I wanted to
95,
look it up,
I think.
actually. October 95.
Yep. Yeah, 95.
I mean, yeah, that's a few summers earlier. So, yep, there you go. One of the reactions I found adorable, which is Anakin Solo. The other one was not quite so adorable, that one being Anakin Skywalker. Because there was a grown man, and this is a preteen, so
exactly.
Also kind of interesting.
Well, Anakin Solo was honest about the dream, whereas Anakin Skywalker hid it from everyone.
Yeah.
And then did the whole my friend had a dream, and he couldn't save the woman he loved. This friend of mine.
Yeah, and that 900 years old hermit, he was too dumb to realize that there is no actual friend.
There's I think it's also just worth noting. I think Nancy Richardson's operating under the assumption that that Jason and Jaina are 2 years older than Anakin, because he's 11 in this book, and they're 13.
Yeah,
they're 1.5 years, so it can work.
I don't mind the 2 year gap.
I don't either.
I kind of prefer that, actually, because it makes
it easier to connect Thrawn trilogy to Dark Empire. But
yeah, exactly. But also, I just like it makes it seem like Jace, because 1 year, like a 1 year age gap, isn't really it's hardly anything, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But 2 years, I kind of prefer. Yeah, just little thought.
That's a bit more like substantial. That makes a bigger difference. Yeah, definitely. Couldn't save you on my dreams. Is that a prequel? Yeah, I mean, maybe we've answered your question. Maybe Jones was shuffling the pages of the book, randomly found the scene and was like, "Now this is genius." If only
he didn't understand it.
No,
yeah,
he did not. Poor George, but oh well.
To be fair, if you were to get away with copying something from a Star Wars book, these books are pretty obscure, so you could get away with it. I'm not saying he did do that, but if he did, it would be funny if he did, because, like I said, you could get away with it because these books are relatively unknown.
Yep, and I mean, considering it's your IP and all of this was written for your IP, like if somebody has an excuse for copying concepts, it's kind of you as the owner of the IP, so fair enough if he did that, but he might as well have just done it well. Oh well, and now here we are, so make of that what you will. Exactly, so Anakin, and that's kind of going to be a thing now for this book, he hears voices in his head, and he's understandably confused about that. So he just is like, okay, we're going to have to raft down that river, like to recreate the dream. And something inside him, so, those voices tell him to not speak to Luke about it. He recognizes that there is a danger in not speaking to Luke about just sneaking out of the academy and rafting down a river. But to him, that command sounds like it's coming from a Jedi Master. So he just kind of goes along with it, which
bit of foreshadowing there.
Which is it's foreshadowing for quite a few things, actually. And yeah, I mean, that's understandable. Like if you're a child, it makes sense that it would be easier to like manipulate you into doing things you normally wouldn't be doing, so that's totally believable.
Yeah, like Kip Duron.
Yeah.
Could we I was just looking through Luke's little speech about being good.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed he pretty much just copied Yoda's speeches. He's talking about Jedi must have the deepest commitment, never use the Force for attack, just only for defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't seek out excitement or adventure, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I understand they're children's books. I wonder if it would have been better if maybe the previous books like Bantam would have established that Luke had his own sort of philosophy, way of thinking.
I agree completely. If only there was someone connected to the old Jedi Order that they could, drop on to maybe get some lessons or something.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who would be. I mean, there's this obscure character that Stackpole introduced. He's called like Solusa or something. He's dumb. He makes no sense. So let's leave him out there. He wouldn't know anything about the old Jedi, right? So
not even the old Jedi. I just mean I wish. I think maybe it could have been cooler if Luke, through his own experiences,
his own spin,
to his own conclusions.
There is actually a mention in one of the 3 books. I've written it down somewhere, but I can just mention it now. Is that, and I think it's the first time it was explicitly mentioned, is that there is no try, only do. It's now like an actual part of the Jedi code that is taught at that moment. And like, yeah, I guess that was never like mentioned that it is part of the Jedi code now, but
that was just Yoda's spiel, spitballing ideas,
Yeah, exactly. But like that makes sense to me that would be part of the Jedi code because, yeah, I mean, that's actually coming from his experience. Of course, it's something that Yoda
just told him. He heard it, but he then eventually he experienced it.
Exactly. He also saw firsthand, well, like what that means actually. So
he could actually go into more depth on that one.
Yeah,
which he probably does, like off screen.
I guess so. Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah, sorry to derail that, by the way.
Oh no problem. George did copy some dialogue from a Republic comic issue, by the way. Dialogue, okay. I mean, I know he like, I think Ayla Secura, right? He was an immediate fan of that, so he brought that into the prequel.
I can understand being an immediate fan of Ayla Secura.
Yeah, fair enough.
I get it.
I understand George there, and I think like even smaller characters, like I think Quinlan Voss and even what's her face, Aura Singh. I mean, they were only in like one frame of the Phantom Menace or something, but even they, and I mean, most obviously Coruscant was not his idea. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, if there's one person who has, who has an excuse for doing it, it's him. And yeah. So exactly. Yeah. So the voice tells him exactly where the raft that they're supposed to take is. And at that point I was wondering, like, is this maybe Exar Kun speaking to him? Because finally now we have the chance to talk about him. Like, is Exar Kun just gone? Did Luke hide him somewhere? Like, we've never gotten the resolution of what happened to him. Same with the Sun Crusher, I was thinking maybe maybe that will get an appearance in this book series, but I guess it won't happen. Though again, I have 3.
That plot thread is just just dangling.
Exactly. It's like, damn, there's always that possibility, but it just never happens. And yeah, same thing with Exar Kun. But I guess he wasn't actually the one talking to Anakin.
You could say maybe. I mean, yeah, it wasn't. But if it was, you could probably say it's his remnants. Like he left an impression of himself. If that makes sense.
I guess I could see that being something that somebody would write. I'm not sure if I would like. I definitely wouldn't be a fan of that if that were the case. But yeah, like because it would kind of remove just the finality of death. Like, Exar Kun's initial death is already kind of not final, and him being disposed of in Champions of the Force should really be his last moment. And then just what he influenced is still there, but
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But
what's this? Yeah. Supernatural Encounters actually tells us what happened to this. It ended up in another dimension. I mean, it ended up in a black hole. So yeah, I guess that would actually be. I don't believe you because you haven't read Supernatural Encounters, but I guess that would be what happens if it's pulled into a black hole. Because as we know, the Sun Crusher is made out of quantum, and quantum is the generic sci-fi word for unbeatable, so it probably survived that black hole.
It is. I do like that Anakin and Tahiri don't just, because even though they're children, they're still children. You know, they question things a lot, right? It's sometimes too much. They
Yep.
they always ask why, and you get a bit of that here with Anakin and Tahiri saying what Tahiri's speculating. What if the voice is evil? You know, what if and she's saying I don't want to. She says, what if it's trying to make us seek action and adventure instead of calm and peace, like Luke told us. And she's worried that they might end up like Darth Vader, which Anakin almost he doesn't get. He asks it in a bit of an. What was that?
He kind of winces at it, and
yeah, he says. Yeah, he thinks Tahiri. He asked Tahiri if she's just saying that because Darth Vader was his granddad, and he sounded a bit insulted. It said.
Exactly.
But then after he said that, he couldn't meet her eyes, and he was worried Tahiri might see some evil in him, and she basically just dispels that. Even though she's annoyed of him, she can understand why, because he has a lot of expectations to live up to with his siblings, his parents, his uncle, and for her, she thinks, well, if I get in trouble, it's fine. But Anakin, he has a lot to live up to, which again, it just shows that Tahiri's got. Despite her she loves to run her mouth a lot, she has a great deal of empathy. And again, it never says outright, "Oh, Tahiri being a very empathetic child," which a lesser writer would have done. No, it just shows her thinking about Anakin's situation, which
Show, don't tell. Yeah.
Yes, like the title says, surprisingly sophisticated.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if this wasn't in the book, there probably wouldn't. There would be no reason for you to mind, because you always have that thought in your head, okay, it's a children's book, it's gonna be less detailed about like emotions and thoughts and like these bit of deeper concepts, but it actually was in there, and it's like, oh, okay, I didn't expect that. And yeah, like, children are inexperienced, they don't have to be like stupid, like that she would immediately were like, oh my god, if we listen to this, like, are we gonna be evil? Are we gonna be like Vader? Yeah, like that's like the simplest thing a child would think about if they've just been told about Darth Vader like a few minutes ago, basically.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yep, makes total sense. And yeah, exactly. You don't need to tell people Tahiri is empathetic. It's like, just let her interact, and we can tell. You should also not assume that the reader is stupid, because
exactly
a reader will get enough information.
The reader's probably smarter than you.
Yep. Sadly. They shouldn't, but they are probably. Exactly. So, yeah, and as you just mentioned, yeah, I mean, Vader is a very obvious insecurity for Anakin, but it makes a lot of sense, and I like how it's put into the story. Chapter 7. Exactly. So, I was interested to see like how is Nancy Richardson gonna manage like to make, was that her name, Richardson, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
How she was gonna manage like write childish dialogue, because I kind of get the concept that force sensitive children are more like, I don't know, more like smarter, I guess, or more developed in their speaking possibilities than just a normal child would be. But still, like, sometimes I don't think it was a big issue at any point, but sometimes I had the feeling, okay, this really sounds a lot like just an adult speaking. Usually it wasn't a problem. I think most of the time the tone of the dialogue was was met quite well. It was just interesting. Like, that's got to be tough, right? Because they still have to somehow speak like children, but get the information across that you want to get across. And because yeah, we have that moment where Anakin, I mean, as I said, Anakin is 11 years old, I think, at that point. He's like, quote, following your destiny is a pretty romantic notion. That's like a literal quote from Anakin. Like, that sounds maybe too adult for my taste. I mean, it's not a big issue, but I was like, fine, I get it. it's just what happens sometimes if you write children. I mean, you are an adult writing children. I guess adult language will just at some point come out of you without control.
Yeah, a line like that could have been dialed down a bit, but I think for the most part, I think she did a pretty good job, to be honest.
Yep, same. It was as I said, like there's little moments like this. I just wrote this one down as an example, but yeah, most of the time there's no issue with that. Oh yeah, exactly. I would like for sensitive children, they're more adept at learning just the normal things, like not only force related, but also speaking, reading, writing. I can buy that perfectly fine.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you go.
No. I just wanted to go on, but if you have a thought, just.
Oh, I was going to say that this chapter mainly they're just discussing what day they want to go out to the river, because of course they're not allowed to go there, so they're going to have to sneak out.
Because Luke's not an idiot and letting his children wander the dangerous forest alone.
Yep. I mean, thank God he never did something like that in the past. So it's good that he keeps going on with,
I think
with that. Yeah.
It's probably a good thing Nancy Richardson didn't read any previous material.
No. Because it's always such a funny thing. Like Luke, as we've spoken about with like certain sentences, you don't only get the information from the sentence, but that sentence actually builds up the world around you even more. Like you get more information from the way characters interact from each other. Like it informs you about their relationship and their relationship to other people or other places or whatnot. And if you read like other stuff like JT, like you just read between the lines of this character says this thing, and it also tells you this character trait, like about this character trait. If you try to make that fit with the rest of your books, like you're gonna write a bunch of horrible people doing horrible things because it's technically in their character to do so. Like, yeah, Luke. Just imagine JT Luke with the first class here. Funny thought. Oh yeah.
Beware the dark side.
Oh, kids, why don't you try and unlock that golden globe? I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
Exactly. And like one of the children would like burn to death. And would just look at the other children. Yeah, beware of the dark side.
No, you got to say how Matt says it. He leans against the wall. He turns his head and says, "Beware the dark side." That's exactly how Matt said it.
Yeah, I remember. You won't give that child an on-screen funeral because, I mean, why would you?
That'd be cringe.
That'd be really cringe. I mean, funerals. Ugh. Let's read about that.
What's a funeral?
I don't know. It's this weird thing that some like barbarians
do. It's kind of like a wedding, but like the opposite.
Yeah. No, I don't think a Jedi would do that.
No, probably not. Like a Jedi is emotionless, obviously. So, that's what he's supposed to do. Yeah, one of the many examples of it's sad how much more sophisticated this is than adult books.
Adult novels, yeah.
Yep, and yeah, as you said, so they plan to like escape at daylight because this is also the time that the dream that they have takes place in. So like they remember from the dream it's daytime, so we also gotta do this at daytime. R2 is present in the dream as well. So Anakin's like, we have to take him with us. Like, if we recreate that dream, we actually need to recreate it step by step. So R2 has got to come with us. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, yeah, sure, I get it. But there is no way R2 would go along with you. Because, like, why would he? There's no reason. He obviously should respond back to Luke. And, like, his, he gets his orders from Luke, not from you guys. So why would he allow you to do that? R2 probably knows that you're not supposed to leave the academy at daylight to, raft down the river. But there's actually going to be an explanation for that in book 3. And it's also not an explicit, it's more an implicit explanation that, you, Pico, mentioned that it didn't even think about. Like, oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense now with the context you get from book 3. So we'll just leave that thought. R2 will come along with them. And he will, like, he will protest when they're about to do something that he doesn't want to, but he comes along and he doesn't do anything about them progressing through the story. So just we'll leave that thought here for now, and then in book 3 we'll get the explanation of why he even does that. Chapter 8, another small smart thing that immediately makes sense to you is that Anakin and R2, they establish like a very rudimentary way of communicating with each other. Like one beep from R2 means yes, and 2 beeps mean no, and that's just kind of how Anakin tries to get information from R2, and that's kind of, I don't know, it was just oh yeah, I guess that's a very simple way of trying to communicate with R2, because yeah, usually people always know what he's talking about, and
they really shouldn't.
They really shouldn't, if we're being honest with ourselves. Especially like, I mean, even Luke in A New Hope shouldn't understand what R2 is saying at times. But
he's had experience with other droids in the past, so
yeah, fair enough. I mean, that makes sense then. But yeah, exactly. Like everyone sort of understands, or seems to at least, and it makes sense that they shouldn't. And Anakin most obviously should not. So that's a smart way of handling that. R2 helps them leave the temple in the way that the voice tells them to. Yeah. Sorry,
quick question. Was the scene where they practiced levitation with the rocks in this book, or was that the next book?
Where they practiced
with all the kids, the students.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
Like they're put into pairs.
Oh, it's the next book. Yeah,
it's
lyrics.
Book. It's close.
Oh,
to
the next book. Okay.
Book.
Exactly, because lyric is like alone, and then they take
alone
her.
Depressed.
Yeah, exactly, and so they take her into their group, like Anakin, Tahiri, and lyric team up to teach. Yeah, so that's gonna come up later. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. So. Yeah, and even Anakin, like he already believed R2 probably was ordered by Luke to like keep an eye on us. I was like, okay, but helping them leave the temple should be beyond that. But as I said, there will be an explanation for that. And yeah, exactly. Then just reality is progressing the same way that they dreamed it. So they raft down the river, and Tahiri will fall down into the river. And chapter 9 now. So Tahiri also is close to drowning, and something in Anakin's voice, so he's like trying to get her to like grab his hand, I think, and something in his voice helps him save Tahiri from drowning, and in some way it's supposed to be connected to the voice that he has in his head. That's just kind of what we're left with now, because until like quite at the end we don't really know what this voice is, or from whom this voice is. And yeah, exactly, so they cooperate to also pull R2 out of the river. I was like, I guess from the prequel era now R2 can actually fly, but whatever, that's irrelevant. And exactly, and then they search shelter from the rain that's starting to appear in a destroyed Masasi temple. And yeah, there you go, that's just what we have for now.
I was just gonna say I kind of like old-fashioned R2 without the rockets.
Yeah,
me too.
Like with the rockets, it seemed, I don't know. I mean, it was kind of funny, I guess, but like when I remember that scene where R2 fights against those 2 super battle droids, like spraying oil on them and then incinerating the oil. It's kind of funny, but yeah,
it's something R2 would do if he had rockets. Yeah,
that's for sure. But yeah, maybe it's a bit goofy. I don't know, because I feel like if you build in rockets, probably would also just build in some weapons, wouldn't you? Like, because he doesn't really have any weapons other than that little electroshocker thing. Yeah, so obviously that doesn't make a lot of sense. Chapter 10. I think, I'm not sure, I think this is also the first time that it's mentioned that the Masasi are half-breed, like Sith magicians and the natives of Yavin, before like being subjugated by, oh yeah, I called him exact cunt, like everyone knows what I mean. I feel like this is something that could have, I might have just forgot it if like it was it was established in Tales of the Jedi, but I'm not sure like the origins of the Masashi as a species. But yeah,
Yeah, it was. They were slaved by exact cunt, as you called it.
yeah, no, so I know that, but just like that they are half Sith and half
I
Yavin
think
native. I'm not
they
sure.
were. I think they were experiments from Naga Sedao.
Oh, yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, then I probably have just forgotten it. That's totally possible.
I'll just give it a little check.
I just like the idea that Exar Kun just locks all these kids in a globe and then gets locked in a palace himself for thousands of years and can't do anything about the globe.
There you go.
It's funny. Yeah, it's like
why did he
weirdly
do that?
poetic. Yeah.
Yeah. Usually I would I can kind of buy it, to be honest, just because I mean, most villains I wouldn't. Like if it was someone like Malak or Ulick Kaldroma, I think, but Exar Kun was I guess
evil?
you could say, what was that?
Comically evil.
Well,
Yeah,
he was cool. Come on, that ponytail and the cape.
It's like a biker.
I feel like I'm not sure. I didn't get the sense that we ever like got an explanation of why specifically he did that.
I was
like,
I was about to say, I think because he was a Sith magician pretty much, and I just saw it as another one of his experiments.
Maybe.
I mean, from the comic, you wouldn't get that impression because the Sith War basically happens over a weekend, well, not even a weekend, over an afternoon. So you would think he didn't have time to do anything, but I just personally see it as him. Yeah, just maybe him trying to experiment with spirits and how he can live forever. Worst case scenario.
Perhaps it could be that. I'm also like, because I'm not quite sure what the nature of his enslavement of the Masashi exactly is. Maybe I'm like, oh, maybe this is their motivation to keep obeying him because otherwise you won't get your children back or something. Because we're gonna learn something about the Masashi in the next book. It's like, okay, what their thoughts were about the children that are
Yeah,
that
I mean,
are trapped in this.
maybe some of them rebelled against him, and Exar Kun said, and Exar Kun, as punishment, just imprison their children, their children's souls or spirits, whatever.
Yeah, because all of this kind of makes the Masashi like more interesting than they really have any right to be. Because I mean, basically, they're just a brainless army of Exar Kun, but that makes them kind of have a character as a species, I guess.
Sith zombies, basically.
Yeah, like nothing more really, and it makes them. Yeah,
shockingly, the not Kevin book is the one that does that.
Weird how that happens, right? I must be a coincidence. Yep, exactly, and yeah, but we'll learn more about the Masashi, like especially in the second book, I think. We have a short scene where Anakin thinks about how he didn't really wanted to be named after Vader, and Leia to him like explained that he wasn't actually named after Darth Vader, but he was named after Anakin Skywalker, and that his name being Anakin is a symbol of hope and redemption, like to her at least. And that's how she wants to give him a better feeling, because I mean it's obvious that as soon as he learns about Anakin Skywalker, he would be quite upset about that. And so her just saying, no, this symbol of hope, and more so you are a symbol of hope as well, that everybody could be redeemed. I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, which is nice, but it also
still wouldn't do it.
Fair enough, yeah. It can
maybe like his middle name or something.
Yeah.
Might
I
be,
do.
yeah.
I like it. I like the character. I think Veach had a good idea of that, to be fair.
Yeah. I think I think it would be more problematic if more people in the galaxy knew of like Anakin Skywalker specifically being Darth Vader, like the name. I'm not sure because it's always kind of inconsistent.
She did it before Anakin Skywalker was like said to be Darth Vader, so I guess it kind of makes sense if Anakin's just like this mythical Clone Wars era Jedi. That
exactly, because like if everyone knew like this is Darth Vader, then maybe she wouldn't have done it. But considering I don't believe that the public knows of Anakin Skywalker being Darth Vader, so
Well,
that makes it a bit easier, I think.
I think also, I mean, it's Star. I mean, Star Wars is a bit different to the real world in that sense, where people are a bit more. I guess people are just a bit more forgiving of that stuff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah.
Some things I'm willing to just let slide and not apply real world logic to it, because I just from like a more thematic standpoint, I like it. So
exactly, and I think, I mean, there has to be like some explanation why she chose Anakin specifically, and her giving that justification to Anakin just makes a lot of sense to me. Like,
I think it was pretty clear in Dark Empire that was going to be the reason, but like it's nice to actually see it written down explicitly.
I think
exactly.
It would have been terrible if she'd called him Darth Solo or Vader Solo.
I mean, obviously, yeah.
I think the saddest part about the name Anakin is that meta-wise it got him killed. But
yeah, it did actually. Which is, I think, I don't know. I mean, Tom Veach briefly talked about it. I think he probably wasn't as satisfied with how Anakin ended up, but yeah.
I mean,
I'll just bring him up because yeah.
But yeah, I think it also maybe tries to play into the fact that Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader are kind of regarded as two. I mean, obviously they're not actually two separate entities, but they're kind of treated that way. That, Darth Vader was a villain, but Anakin Skywalker was a hero. That's kind of, I mean, it's obvious that it's not quite so simple, but maybe that's part of the reasoning here. Yeah.
Well, remember, this is also the galaxy of figures like such as Revan. So if he could be, well, okay, that's a bit different because he was amnesiac, but yeah, still.
Yeah, no, I think also that's fair, and I'm willing enough to just let it slide. Like, yeah, fine, why not? In the newspapers, we also learned that Exar Kun created a giant mutant Masasi warrior to guard the underground of his temple. Sky had a busy weekend. I mean,
don't forget. Oh, sorry, Dan, go on.
No, just seems to make sense. Like, I mean, that sounds like something Exar Kun would do, I suppose.
I was also Noah. Don't forget, that there was that Clone Wars video game that talked about the Dark Reaper super weapons in the Old Republic. It's so stupid, but yeah, he also had a super weapon that was terrorizing the galaxy. So yeah, he really Exar Kun must not have had time to go to the toilet during that weekend.
Super weapons really shouldn't have been happening at all anymore, but oh well, that's
no, but I really don't like that they were introduced to Tales of the Jedi. It was introduced in the Sith War, and I think in the prequel. I haven't read the prequel books, but I'm pretty sure people say something about Naga Sadow destroying a sun or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Super weapons. Oh my god.
Yeah. Han wanted to call him Han Solo Jr. That's such a Han thing to do. Yeah. That's mine. Han Anakin Solo Jr. No, I mean, I'm also totally fine with just Anakin Solo. But yeah. Imagine she named him Vader. Oh no. Maybe Leia can talk to Anakin about her experience with Vader and what was it, her family jewels or something weird like that from the Marvel comics. Why not?
Little Vader Jr.
I'm gonna cry. The Star Wars galaxy has the memory of goldfish. No one remembers Revan, Vitiate, or any of the big old stuff.
I mean, it was 3,000 years ago.
Yeah,
that's how powerful Vitiate is. He wiped everyone's memory of it never happening.
That's something I'm willing to buy, actually, because, like, I mean, Babylon was a big deal. How many people could actually tell you anything about Babylon this day? And sure, I mean, it's quite a different scale, but I mean, we have
people
galactic mind, and it's kind of difficult to just.
People nowadays don't even know stuff from 200 years ago, let alone 3,000 years or something.
As
for Vitiate, I'm glad no one remembers Vitiate.
Based.
He was a fun final boss as the Jedi Knight.
And then he came back.
Yeah,
and then he came back again.
I've never played a DLC. I can't say anything about
Don't.
it.
I mean, I never played. I just watched all the cutscenes. I only played the main
Yeah.
game, but
Yeah.
no. Hang on, quality auto. No,
Yeah, Exacon also rebuilt an ancient super weapon that was originally made by Nagasado and super weapon we never seen action to.
yeah.
It was always there, obviously. Like, didn't
No,
you get from
he
between the
didn't.
lines?
He didn't have time over the weekend. Give him a
Yeah.
break. Give Exarchun a break. 3,000 years and stuff. Yeah, true.
Yeah, I mean,
But the explanation is that those stories didn't exist then.
yeah, like try going through the world and asking people like, what was the event that triggered the French Revolution, and see how many correct answers you're gonna get. You're probably gonna get a bunch of bullshit.
Something
So, like,
French.
Something
They're
about
probably
France.
gay.
Some people, it's pretty bad. Some people don't even know like what year World War II started.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
So that was less than 100 years ago. So
yep, it was like there is a chance they had grandparents or great grandparents from that era, and they don't know. So
exactly, yeah.
it shouldn't be that way ideally, but that's also true for the real
Unfortunately, yeah.
world. It shouldn't be that way, but it is kind of. So I can buy it for Star
But
Wars.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm pretty.
I could
Oh, you're
see
going down?
you getting. I could see you getting a lot of shocking responses to that question. To be honest with you,
Ask Americans.
I mean, I think more people learned about this because it's an internet meme than like from history classes. The Austrian painter thing. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, on Noah's point though, I'm pretty sure Nomi Sunrider and Vima Sunrider get a mention in one of these books.
Yes, they do.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, it's in one of the in between volumes 4 and 6. They get a mention.
I think Nomi gets a mention, like a brief mention in one of these 3 books, and then just the Sunrider clan in general gets a mention.
Let me
A
check.
few
'cause
mentions in the next.
I'm
Because
pretty sure.
you're talking about the ship that Ikrit gets, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
it. Yeah. Which I love.
Yes, I do.
If only the Bantamiro was better, then I would like it a whole lot more.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yep.
My favorite moment is in Young Jedi Knights, where Tion is singing Wonderwall and just explaining the plot of Tales of the Jedi.
My
Well,
favorite
the Ballad of Nomi Sunrider.
My favorite Tales of the Jedi moment was from Jedi Search, where Vima Daboda apparently is in the mines together on Castle. That was great.
What?
I love.
That's
Oh, you
just
didn't know?
it's
Yeah.
just so random though. How did she get there and how did she get
She
out?
met him there. That's where they met.
Why did she take Kip with her?
She was a
don't know.
hobo on Narshada.
Yeah,
She
then
left.
later she would just.
Go to
Are all
Nestle.
Jedi just incompetent in Kevin's mind?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, how do you think we got the Luke Skywalker that we did get? That was like
That's
the
true.
catalyst for all the other Bantam books until basically End of Thrawn. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it says book 5 indirectly mentions Vima. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
I'll look forward to that then. I like Vima.
I do
That's
too.
cool. Yeah, wait. Let's just see where we left off here. Exactly, yeah, so Leia explaining Anakin's name to her. As I said, makes total sense to me. Yeah, exactly. They follow, like, they just have this feeling, and they follow this feeling, even though, like, everything now seems kind of evil to them as well. Like, they get an evil vibe from their actions. I was like, okay, yeah, they are children. They kind of know they have to do this. Just that's what they're doing now, and I'm perfectly fine with them making, kind of questionable choices, because that's in their nature, obviously. Chapter 11. The two, so Anakin and Tahiri, they encounter another voice, which tells them, the place ahead is like for servants of the dark side only. Like that's just a different voice that they now can listen to. And Anakin in particular, like, he's worried that it singles him out because of Vader. He's like, oh, that thing is specifically mentioning like the dark to me because I'm Vader's grandchild. And Tahir is like immediately, no, don't worry, like it's not true because that voice also spoke to me, and I don't have that connection to Vader. And yeah, as I said, I just like that this thing is constantly on Anakin's mind because, I mean, of course it would be. That's pretty obvious. Chapter 12. So yeah, Anakin he saves Tahiri from a trap, with like a little puzzle that they have to solve, and then there's like golden glitter everywhere, and they can use this glitter to like mark the outline like of a child's silhouette on, and a spot where they have to put a hand. It's like I think a wall or something, a brick wall, and they have that outline, and it's clear to them, okay, like children get an entrance here, and they try to like put their own hand into the spot where a hand is supposed to go, but they realize that the shape does not actually like match their hands. But previously they like saw I think a skeleton of a dead Masasi child, and they take that like skeleton hand, put it into the spot, and that's how they open up the door. And that's just kind of what happened in this chapter. It was kind of weird because I try to think back now, also in a later moment in another book, that I don't think we've ever seen that much like direct like harm or death to children specifically. Like usually, I mean, there's mentions of children dying somewhere. Like obviously Anakin, both in the Jedi Temple and with the Tusken Raiders, like in the prequels. But yeah, it was
Children
like
of the Jedi.
I guess so, yeah. But yeah, it's usually something that doesn't happen. And yeah, well, I guess I was just kind of surprised to see like, oh, a skeleton of a child in this book. Yeah.
All right. So wait, does it specifically specify that the Masasi skeleton was a child?
I think I'm not sure if it specifically says this is the hand of a Masasi child, if it explicitly says that, but they like solve this puzzle, where they have that golden glitter, that golden sand, and
Oh yes.
and it shows the silhouette of a child, just like I guess implying that a child only has entrance to this, or like is supposed to enter here, and also the outline of a hand of a child, but just the shape of their hands doesn't match the one that they have there in the mechanism. So that's when they take the skeleton hand, put it into the spot where the hand is supposed to go, and then the door opens. So I think
cool.
it's supposed to be a Masasi child, actually. Like,
Oh, because there's an implication.
At least it's an implication, yeah. So maybe it's unspecified enough, but to me it seemed quite obvious that it is supposed to be that, at least. But yeah, maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't specifically
interesting
mentioned. But yeah, that's that really. There wasn't a lot more in this chapter 13. So they enter the chamber now when they have access to it, and there's the titular golden globe is inside the room that they enter. And then there's a small, like, furry little creature, like kind of like a rabbit. It's called Ikrit. And Anakin seems to hear like the voices of children from inside the globe, while Tahiri herself like sees a child's hand inside. And Ikrit changes the color of it, like of his fur, when he's inspecting the globe. That's just kind of what we hear. I think I'm not sure which color he had previously, but I think then he just changes it to white, so he has white fur. And yeah, they find this place, then they realize, oh, we've actually been gone for quite a while. I think it was like 6 hours that was mentioned. And a feeling of dread, and also the voices that Anakin has heard tell him to leave the temple. Oh yeah, the temple is called the Temple of the Wulamander. Before the Golden Globe will be found by others, he needs to leave.
Let's go, Jedi Prince.
Okay. Yeah.
Is this from Jedi Prince?
Yeah.
Temple of the Wulamander. Wait.
It retconned into episode 4. I know, but I'm pretty sure the actual first mention of it was Jedi Prince.
Wait, I'm gonna Palace of the Woolerman. I'm just looking at. First appearance is A New Hope. In brackets, it says retcon. Interesting. Oh yeah, the glove of Darth Vader. Jesus, that's funny. Yeah, but on Wikipedia it says for episode 4, A New Hope, first appearance retcon.
Yeah, it's probably just like you can see it in the establishing shots of Yavin.
I
And
guess
then
so.
like that one, that's the Palace of the Woolman, right?
Yeah.
Right there.
Star Wars Galaxies and Empire Divided. I guess it's in there. Glove of Darth Vader. It's in 3 Junior Jedi Knights books. Jedi Under Siege. It's in there. Young Jedi Knights, apparently. Oh, and Edge of Victory Conquest, apparently. Okay, there you go. Exactly. So they're supposed to leave that place, and Ikrit is following them now. It's just like, okay, they just realized, oh, we've been gone for quite a while. What will Luke think when he sees us now? And yeah, then they leave. That's just kind of where we left off for now.
Galaxy Guide 2 apparently is the first mention.
I'm sorry, what?
Galaxy Guide 2, which is a source book from West End Games.
Okay. Yeah. This makes sense then, I guess.
The first book mentioned is Glove of Darth Vader, though.
The Glove. What a book, man. That was quite an experience to read. Yeah, chapter 14, we just see Anakin and Tahiri, coming back to the temple, and they encounter Luke. Obviously, he is not all too happy about them being gone, and Tahiri even thinks about taking the blame, like, for all their sneaking around, since she thinks like Anakin can't be expelled. He shouldn't be expelled from the school because he's meant to be an important Jedi, and he would be ashamed in front of his very prestigious family, whereas she's only a Tusken, or at least she was only brought up by Tusken, and they don't really care. And she just wished, she also says she wished she had a happy family like he does, but like they wouldn't care if she got into trouble like this, whereas Anakin's family would. It's like, and Anakin even tells her, because she, I think, expresses that wish verbally. Anakin tells her, basically, I can be your family, like best friends, basically. I can be your family. And that was the very obvious next joke for me. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. They will become a family together, and nothing could ever go wrong.
I wish.
Yeah, it's like this kind of wholesome, positive outcome despite the odds. That's what Star Wars is about for me. There's nothing else I have to think about, right? Yeah, exactly. And they plan to just tell Luke they went for a walk and got lost. And they're like, technically that isn't a lie, because they
from a certain point of view.
Exactly. It's like kind of his logic turned back.
Thanks, Obi-Wan.
Yeah. I mean that was that's quite true. That happens a lot. It's like not quite. I mean, we're omitting a lot of facts, but technically not a lie. So that's what their plan is. Exactly. Chapter 15.
They get back to Luke.
They get back to Luke. R2 lies to Luke.
Which is a character.
Kind of, I guess, yeah.
R2's is a bit of a shitster.
He is.
Little crazy buddy.
Yeah, he is. But that's why we love him.
Yeah, probably the most consistently written Star Wars character in the EU.
Exactly, yeah.
But
yeah. Oh yeah, you go.
No, that was just kind of it. I was again would it's kind of funny, but would R2 reasonably do that when he's kind of supposed to, keep them safe and also report back to Luke? But once again, that will make sense later. So which is
I think they must have explained it between chapters, because
at the end of Promises, so the third book, there is an explanation of something else, and that immediately makes it evident that what R2 did is also part of that explanation, even though it doesn't explicitly say why R2 isn't telling the truth to Luke. It's very, very obviously implied.
I don't recall that too much. My memory's a bit hazy
You
on
might
that.
remember when we talk about it. Like,
Yeah.
maybe it comes back.
So yeah, Luke just asks them where they've been in a stern voice, and he says another thing which I like. He says he tells them that he'd been searching the academy and the jungle for ages.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
I agree.
Luke cares about his students. What do you know?
What an idea.
shocking revelation. It's probably
It
the
is.
biggest retcon in the EU so far. Luke cares about people.
Luke actually did something when he found out his.
So maybe when writing Hand of Thrawn, Zahn actually did read these books because he turned Luke from a student hating monster into someone that actually cares.
That's so out of character. I blame Zahn. In this case, Zahn probably actually did read.
He connected the two. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. So, in a way, you could say Michael Stackpole did the same in Jedi. So actually, it was never disrespectful. They just connected their works to Junior Jedi Knights.
They were trying to fix. They were trying to make. Yeah, they were trying to fix it.
Yes, I mean, sadly, never quite 100% able to do so, but their effort is appreciated. Because
But Luke says we, so I'm assuming he means him and Tion, because Tion's the only other Jedi in this series. But yeah, I like that him and another Jedi master went and searched for them, which is it's just. I mean, that tells you about what the adult books do. That I'm praising this.
It's kind of a testament to the other books, that we speak about this like it's a ludicrous concept for him to do so. The thing is, it kind of is. So that's the sad part.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, Anakin and Tahiri just use their excuse. They say, "Oh, we got lost," and Luke questions them. He doesn't really believe it, which makes sense again. So I like that Luke's not an idiot. He doesn't. When kids said, "Oh, we just got lost," he's like, "Oh, really?"
Again, big retcon. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah. It's like, when you've caught a child like with his hand in the cookie jar, and
yeah, exactly.
They have this deer in headlights look, and they can't form a proper thought.
What do you got there? A smoothie?
A smoothie, exactly. It's like, tell me more, and they just babble on and make no sense. Like, okay, yeah, sure.
And
Luke needs to be constantly in the direct vicinity of the academy, otherwise it just implodes. That's like canon, basically. So makes totally
sense. And then Luke's he's saying to R2, you had to guide them back to the academy and stuff. And then they keep playing it, and Tahiri's like, "Yeah, we got so lost and frightened," and Luke's kind of shaking his head, saying, "Well, I'm sorry you guys got lost, but you shouldn't be sneaky out." And he says, "I should punish you guys." And then there's sort of Anakin's like, "Please give us another chance." I like how he still calls him Uncle Luke instead of Master Skywalker. It's quite cute.
Yeah.
Does he call him Master Skywalker in other scenes, or does he always call him Uncle Luke?
I don't think he ever calls him Master Skywalker. At least I don't remember him to.
Okay, that's interesting.
I think it's always Uncle Luke, probably. And I mean,
Tahiri's trying to take the blame, but then Anakin doesn't let her. He says, "No, it's my fault too." And they're just doing this, and then Luke's kind of. I think Luke is Luke. He's very understanding.
Yeah.
So he essentially just lets them off the hook and says, and he basically says, "Okay, look, don't do it again. Go to your rooms. Go to your rooms. Go to bed."
Yeah.
And he says, "We'll talk about this tomorrow." So, yeah, I like it. He's firm, but he's fair.
Yeah, because when Tahiri tries to take the blame, she specifically mentions that, since she's arrived there, she always wanted to see the jungle because she's not used to this kind of environment from Tatooine. And I think it explicitly says Luke, being from Tatooine, can sympathize with her. And I think that's also why he kind of goes a bit soft there. Like, oh, obviously it's not like quite the truth, and Luke knows what they're telling him is not quite the truth, but it's nice that he mentions like, okay, yeah, I could understand this.
Yeah, I've
Because
got the quote actually. Luke looked at the young girl. He could understand her desire to see the jungle. He had grown up on the desert planet of Tatooine too, but
Yep.
that was still no excuse. So again,
Yep.
yeah, he just
exactly firm but fair. Like
Luke
he sees what
has empathy. Everyone, can you believe it?
it's a crazy concept. I know. It's
He
I
also
don't-
Luke also he gets quite. It says he gets surprised that to see that Anakin has difficulty recognizing that he can make his own choices.
Mm,
So,
yeah. It's
which because he's always worried about his grandfather, and Luke thinks, oh, even Tahiri's noticed that. Which,
Yep.
yeah, again,
It's like we're going on an arc or something.
Yeah,
like they have a development there.
A teacher understands his students and
Crazy.
recognizes things about his students. What do you know?
That's crazy, man.
It's crazy.
It's also a way to tell the audience, like if you couldn't pick up on it somehow, which I guess because it's written for kids in case they weren't paying attention to
It's the
Anakin.
audience.
But like just in Luke's mind, so he's actually figuring it out as it's going along too. So,
because
just in case you kids didn't figure it out, Luke will tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've written that down actually. Like Anakin tries to also, because Tahiri tries to take the blame, but he also tries to take responsibility. And as you've said, both Tahiri and Luke actually both recognize that as an improvement for him, because he understands now that he actually can be responsible for his own actions and not just be like destined or doomed to become the next Vader. And that recognition from him means a lot. It's like, oh, okay, you can do that. That's crazy. And even Tahiri is quite,
all the jokes aside, though, I can actually buy this instance of like the kids getting into trouble, like under Luke's nose.
Yep.
Because most of the time I feel like, Luke, really, how did you let that happen? Like in the famous trilogy,
this one's at midnight. So they just walked out.
Yeah, well, they walked there, but they snuck out, which is
it's
something kids do in real life as well. So you can buy it. If kids are kids, then they can be mischievous.
And there's even going to be more explanation when we finish up the trilogy. So
exactly, but I like that. So this book, I can't really point out any logistical problems with this book. So
no, not really. Yeah, I can't either. I wouldn't know what exactly to point out here, like negatively, like, oh, this really doesn't work. I don't think there is really any instance of that. Like the R2 things, they get explained later, so they don't quite count
it's a setup for later.
Yeah, exactly. For the end of this chapter, by the way, I still have like Luke thinks about how Anakin and Tahiri could eventually serve the Force as a team and how strong they are together. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of sweet also and cool for him to think about it like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's a lot of potential in this kind of teamwork.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's just I basically had just another Denningverse joke lined up there. So no, go on.
I was going to say I do recall there being a strong implication, if maybe not in this book, but in one of the next books, that Anakin and Tahiri pretty much have a Force bond.
I'm not sure, Pico. Do you explicitly recall that?
I do recall that being established in these books.
That they're close in the Force. I think it's the 5th book.
Oh, okay.
I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's one of the back 3.
Oh, okay.
If we're thinking of the same thing.
Yeah. Because like the recognition that they work well together, that's something Luke tells us now. But like an explicit Force bond, I can't recall that happening up till this point, and I just started book 4. So
I mean, the word Force bond is never mentioned, but they do things together that they can't do individually, even in these books.
Okay. No,
some sort of connection.
Yeah, so it's a Force bond in all but name, basically.
Okay, would make sense for Luke to think that because he has the same thing with Mara, and I guess he would recognize the signs of this kind of thing happening with others. Yeah. And
final chapter.
Final chapter for this one. we learned that Ygritte obviously was the voice inside Anakin's head all the time. He actually isn't just a normal creature. He is a Jedi Master who came to the Masasi Temple about 400 years ago and found the Golden Globe. And there is a curse on that globe, which only children can break. And those children now specifically being Anakin and Tahiri. Telling Luke and like bringing him along to the globe would cause it to shatter. Something, Ygritte, he only knows that from a feeling as well. Because, of course, the question is, well, how would you know that that's the truth? But he also just has the feeling. And Anakin vows to, together with Tahiri, break the curse. And that's it, really. That's the end of this book.
Well, there is a funny...
Yep.
With Anakin learning Ygritte can talk, so Ygritte comes through his window and just starts to sleep in his bed. Anakin's like, oh, great, I've lost my bed to a furry jungle creature. And then Ygritte says, what should you call a furry jungle creature?
Oh,
and
yeah,
then Anakin, the final chapter opens with Anakin being shocked, like, you can talk?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. I remember that, actually. Yeah, that's just... That's
it's a great scene, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's... Again, it's like pretty funny, this... It's like the more childish aspect being in this book, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, that's the end of the first book, actually. And yeah, as I said in my summaries also, like it's kind of tough to rate this out of 10, just because it's a junior book. My first thoughts were like 8.5 at least. I mean, that's still my thought. Probably would be higher than 8.5, actually. I don't know what you guys like out of 10 would rate this book.
I tend not to really rate stuff personally.
Yeah.
I was going to say 9. I think it's really strong. And I think the only real issue is like the Luke thing, but that gets explained later on.
Yeah.
Because it's set up for that.
Exactly.
To be honest, I don't even have a problem with the Luke thing because, like I said, if they snuck out and it was it was the first time thing.
No, the Luke thing is at the end. Why doesn't R2 tell Luke everything?
Yeah.
Oh, that yeah.
Exactly, because there is, like, even if R2, he's a bit more mischievous for your usual droid, but there is actually no reason why R2 shouldn't just tell Luke everything. That was like my initial problem with this book. But yeah, as Pico said, like at the end of book 3, there actually is a reason why there's nothing happening with that. And so that problem is actually like, gone for me now. So I guess 9 out of 10, probably my rating as well. It's very strong. It's really strong. There's nothing more negative to say about this.
Yep.
I just literally committed to this. I remember this. R2 takes mischief to the next level sometimes.
He's just a little wacky, a little quirky sometimes.
Yeah, he's a good boy. Oh, I've heard about that. That would have like come in really handy when Luke was about to follow this random woman who claims she knew his mother. R2 really could have told Luke, hey, I actually have like a recording. I know who your actual mother is.
It was one thing. It's already one thing for R2 to know all about the prequels and not tell Luke. It's another thing for him to literally have it on, like Noah said, on Blu-ray saved in his hard drive.
Yep. And also let him go on a literal, like, false fetch quest that leads to him finding out that the person who blames, like, who claims she knows his mother is actually just a scammer. Oopsie. Guess that happens. Oh, well. Please don't remind me of that. It's like... that was horrible. Yeah, and so we're on to the next book.
Before you start that, I'm going to quickly BRB. I got to pick up a monitor from a store.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm sure you guys can handle book 2 without me.
Will manage, I think.
I'll probably be back before you start book 3, but
all right. All right, yeah. Then
see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit. Bye-bye. Yeah, let's just quickly introduce the cover for this. I really, really like those covers, by the way. And
Oh yeah, all the covers are really not. Yeah, they're very charming, I'd say.
exactly, because like it's evident that they're drawn. Like it's not a weird Photoshop.
Yes.
The characters don't look off, and I mean, I'm not gonna complain too much. I don't mind the Photoshop covers that much most of the times. Like if it's reasonably okay looking, I'm not gonna complain. But this is so charming. Like this has so much more personality than your random generic Bantam cover with the same faces and oh, there's a ship there, I guess, and
It's
here's
just
his face.
it's their faces, but it's always expressions from the films.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can pinpoint. Like sometimes you see a picture and like I know that picture from Wikipedia. You just pulled that from there and
Yeah,
put it through Photoshop and then onto the cover. It's a bit
yeah.
lazy.
These are actually really good covers.
Yeah, I mean
They're so nice.
it's it's the same thing for the covers as it is for the story. This should kind of be the standard, like because
Exactly.
it's not a particularly like childish or immature or like simple drawing. Like this is really, really it looks insanely well.
You can
Even
really
like
picture the environment they're in.
yeah, I mean even like this fucking water droplets or whatever. Like all of this is actually unnecessary, but it looks fantastic.
Hmm.
And yeah, and I mean lyrics world. Yeah, the title.
My
It's the
favorite
world.
is
Yeah.
Yavin 8. Yeah, nice
Mhm.
little. Yeah, good idea actually. Because Yavin 4 must be more moons, eh?
Obviously, like number 4 means well, there's a number 1, and probably past that also a few numbers. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
exactly. I'd say my favorite of the covers is probably the first one actually.
Yeah, I think so too. Because like I don't know, there's something I like just that golden globe in the background, just how it looks, and
Yeah,
then
me too.
it's a pretty sweet cover. But yeah, all of those are pretty damn fine. Like no complaints here.
Nope. Okay, we've been going for over 2 hours. We've just finished the first book.
I thought this was the end. No, we finished the first book. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's what happens when the book is really, really well done. That's just kind of what happens. I also expected to like be done in 90 minutes, but hey, sometimes you just tend to speak a bit more. The YA books, Jedi Prince, JJK, and YJK got the best covers. Yeah, actually, like the Jedi Prince covers, they also look pretty cool. And Jedi Prince has something that I'm almost sad that it got never like redone with any other book. Is that it has pictures inside the book occasionally. It doesn't have to, but it's like it's pretty nice to just sometimes see what's going on. Actually, not all the time. It's not a comic, but still. Oh no! Don't tell me that.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, I thought this was gonna be like a one-off character that's never gonna be spoken about again, and just tell me from which book that I can.
Star by Star.
No, real. Oh my god.
Well, you don't actually see it. Let's just say.
But I'm gonna know when it happens. I'm sure because.
Well, to be honest, if you blink, you might miss it.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough then. That's too poor. It's a fish girl. Like, why the hell would you bother? So
Well,
mad.
no, but you know what the sad part is?
No.
Walter John Williams wants to use her in Destiny's Way.
Oh, like, yeah, that's sad.
But you'd think the authors communicate. He could say, "Well, should I tell you how it's done?" Or
I guess if you can't, without going too much into spoilers, sure. But
well, he deals.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just say he deals with her fate with just
Mhm.
a one-liner. Like,
Yeah,
in the
that's
sense of,
kinda what
"Oh
I
yeah, this
assumed, yeah.
happened to her, by the way," and then that's it.
Yeah, by the way, this is supposedly a good way to deal with characters, at least I've been told.
I think a good way is just to leave them alone. If you're just going to use them for the sake of
Like a one-liner death. You can't tell me that there's any purpose to this. Like that, it's literally impossible. There is none. Like What? Okay, whatever. We'll
Spoilers
speak
for
more
a
when we get to
20-year-old book.
that. Yeah, Star by Star. I'll reach that one soon enough, so it's on the horizon.
The killer of junior Jedi.
Don't worry, he doesn't even show it. He tells us.
Yeah, exactly. He just.
It's actually worse that you don't see. To be honest,
It's
it
insulting. Yeah.
depends. Like, I mean, imagining what actual death scene he would have written for her if he decided to show us. Like, I just imagine it's a death scene, like
What
going
happened
out
with
on a limb. Yeah, I know.
Sana, the other melody?
Oh yeah, I know her too. Does she get off?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check.
Yeah, because she's also like, yeah, we'll talk about her, but yeah, like I could imagine him like writing a scene like some evil monster, I don't know, like Yuuzhan Vong just grabs her out of the water, like rips her tail fin out or something, chokes her to death. It would be something like really gruesome. So maybe it's better that it's
Actually,
just
yeah, maybe it probably is. Okay, Sana makes it, but Lyric does. Yeah, it probably is better that we didn't see Lyric's death because it would have been
yeah,
a nasty. Oh, actually, yeah, you're right. I don't even think about that.
like it's a like mermaidish kind of creature. I can imagine Troy doing something really
Do you
horrific.
think Troy just read Junior Joe said, "I'm gonna kill off half this cast"? I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't kill off Uldir.
Yeah, the thing is, if it was just like if it was just a normal person we're talking about, it's like, of course not. That sounds stupid, but like the fact that it happened, it kind of leads you to believe. Yeah, well, why would he specifically? It seems like he specifically targets them then, because like
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
you bring back an admittedly minor character like Lyric. At least to me, she seems like she's only a minor character, and only to like, I assume, kill her. That's remember that Troy was also want to off Kal-Katan and say, but like nobody even like Kal-Katan is such a weird character in that everyone seems to know him, but nobody actually like. How many people did actually play the game from which Kal-Katan is? Like, we just know the name, and he's supposed to be a badass, but like you don't even see anything with him. He's just supposed to be dead. Why not? Sure. Comes right after another one.
Oh, I don't know. Is it the
Oh,
Is she from a certain iconic book from a certain? I won't mention it. Actually, Dan, you can find that out, Dan.
About a certain crystal star. A crystal star character that's also in YJK.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Real. I think somebody might have told me about that. I don't remember the name, but I know who he means now. Okay. Jesus Christ. She actually makes it to the at least for that doesn't mean a whole lot now, does it? At least for NJO. But
I'll read it eventually. Give me some time.
yeah. Wait till Dan learns about a certain Crystal Star YJK character. Yeah. I don't remember the name anymore, but I know who you mean.
I don't even remember either.
It's the little servant boy of what's he called? Not Waru is one of the villains. The guy from the Empire Reborn. It's
no comment.
Hethria. And he has like a servant, and he is revealed to be like the son of one of the characters Leia meets. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Yeah. No comment. You can find out in Star Wars still.
Yeah, Hethria. Wait, I'm just gonna. It doesn't say. Yeah, Ferrareo, that's like the species. I don't know. I can't. But I know who you mean, Noah, and I'm not looking forward to that. I mean, wasn't it his initial plan to kill Han in Star by Star? No, not in Star, in Sacrifice. Like to let him. I mean, I think it was like the original plan to let Han be killed, like be the sacrifice in Sacrifice until. I think that's also George intervention, where it's like, Big Three can't die. Yes. Okay. The worst part is you actually don't know who he. I don't. I thought it was like the evil servant. correct me if I'm wrong, Pico. You will know this. Like Hethri had like a little evil
Pico,
servant.
don't say anything.
Okay, yeah, just don't say it yet. But okay, so I guess it is even that character. I don't. Yeah, whatever. That's confirmed now. Yes, Han was supposed to get killed by Jason. So it was just literally gonna be the Force Awakens.
Anyway, Lyrics World.
Lyrics World. Let's talk about something better. Chapter 1. Yeah, something. Okay, so yeah, that just to mention, there was a prologue to this book that I didn't cover because it was just. I mean, I guess it was kind of just foreshadowing because you see like an arachnid creature called Purella, I think was the name, that just webs its own like web, and it's on the hunt for something, but there's like no connection to anything, so you don't quite know what that even means until you've reached the part. So there is a prologue to this, but I just started at chapter 1 here, and I think it was literally the first sentence, or like one of the beginning sentences, where the book actually calls Anakin Solo Anakin Skywalker. Because it says it says Anakin Skywalker studied the girl in the front row, like meaning
it does. Yeah.
And I just made a joke like, I get why George believed his fans wouldn't be able to differentiate between Anakin Skywalker and Solo. His authors weren't even able to do it. Obviously, it was just editing mistake or like somebody
or a typo.
Yeah, I guess somebody just didn't catch that. But I was like, for a moment, I thought like, oh, are we doing like back like flashback or something now? I was confused for a moment there until I realized, oh no, it's just a misspelling.
Yeah.
That smiley really, really doesn't calm me down, but I guess I will, yeah. There's a few editing mistakes in this one. I don't know what happened. Yeah. I asked Graham about it. He also has like errors in his files where sometimes like a whole little passage of text just appears twice. Like it just repeats itself. And I'm like, what the fuck's happening? And I thought I jumped the line or something, but no, it's actually just repeated, and there's a few mistakes. Yeah, I also don't know what happened, but oh well. Yeah, and oh yeah, Luke is now teaching the class how to use the Force to relive a memory from their past. And that was actually quite nice, because a Survivor's Quest, I mean, it doesn't explicitly, but it kind of brings back that sort of ability where a character can use the Force to like in their mind travel back in time and to have like a full picture of their memory and just to be able to look around that. It's like, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's a believable Force ability to just scan your own mind. Yep. And I thought, I guess, because that's the first time I heard about it, it was something Zahn created for this book. But no, actually, there is precedent for that happening here. Like, there is a way to use the Force to relive one of your memories. It's like, yep, that's like bringing in new Force abilities is like always going to be difficult because you usually have to explain why X character didn't use this ability at moment Y.
Yeah,
like,
it is a bit tricky.
Yeah, like I've heard things about flow walking, and it's going to be really tough to understand for me why a character like Palpatine didn't use that or something. So we're going to talk about that at some point. But
he does try in the new stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. But this one was an ability where I'm like, yep, that's totally believable. That's not over the top, crazy strong. It's really useful and believable, and that's really all there is to it. It's kind of like, oh yeah, there you go. He even said it. It's kind of like flow walking, only not stupid and overpowered. Yeah, like because you actually have experienced a scene, and you're only like scanning through what you have already, and that you can do that better than somebody without the Force. Totally logical to me.
Yeah, it's like all your other like senses and whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. That's totally well done. I like that. Yeah, and I also like that Zahn incorporated that because Mara uses that ability in Survivor's Quest.
It's all Zahn's fault.
At the end, it's always Zahn's fault. Yeah. Oh yeah, the mother of Pearl Eyes are indeed back in this book, so there you go. Just
Oh, they are.
yeah, it was once again described Tion's eyes as mother of Pearl.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, consistency. We all like that, don't we?
We do.
Yeah. Yeah. Luke once again, he says, there is no try, only do. Yep, that's a sensible thing for him to teach. I totally understand that. And now we reach the point that you mentioned earlier, like they're supposed to study in pairs, and I think specifically to for telekinesis,
Oh
and
yeah.
and one student like remains alone. It's from a species called Melody from Yavin 8, and it's a character called Lyric, so the titular character Lyric, and she's alone, and Anakin feels for her, like he feels bad for her because he also, and that was interesting, like it's also just this little like piece of information that's like sprinkled in there that actually tells you a lot. So Anakin feels for her because like back with when he was like playing with Jason and Jaina, he also felt left behind quite a lot because they would usually play together being twins, and he felt left out, and so he didn't want to have her feel that same
Yeah.
feeling. I was like,
It's
damn.
just
Yeah.
little. I just love these little character moments that the book does so well. And again, they're just part of it's because they're children's books, and the other
Mhm.
part is, well, yeah, the adult books leave a lot to be desired in little bits like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
But yeah, also I'll add, like I said, I really like this version of Anakin Solo, the sort of introverted,
Mhm.
introspective,
Yeah.
loner almost. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, yeah, even Luke, I mean, if you take somebody like Luke, yeah, he wasn't always the most confident, but like towards the end, he grew into that classic hero archetype. He's self-confident. He goes out into the fray, like he
Well,
he's
even at
an
the
active
beginning,
person. Yeah, I mean, even
the
kind of in
farm
the
boy.
beginning. Yeah, but with Anakin, it's quite different. Yeah, exactly. He's like a bit more, you know, he's a bit more inside himself. Like he thinks more. He broods. He's a bit shy. That's and it's a very nice way of handling that. And yeah,
Yeah,
like yeah,
he'd probably listen to Linkin Park.
he definitely would listen to Linkin Park. I mean, everyone's had that episode, so
Oh yeah, we will have, yeah.
yeah, obviously. But
But
yeah,
yeah, no, it's just I think because in New Jedi Order, like I've mentioned before, it's sort of switched between him and Jason, where
mhm,
Jason's sort of the outcast loner of the Solo kids,
mhm,
whereas again, I think it makes more sense for Anakin given like these books and the fact that he's the younger one and he's not a twin. But yeah, that's a whole other thing, and I'd be
yeah,
interested to see how you feel about that when you get to New Jedi Order.
that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, because yeah, I'm really interested because you can do so much with that, and this is just kind of a little, a little vision of how things could turn out. It's like, yeah, there's so much you can do, and a child could easily miss this background information. But still, like I feel, if you've had siblings, you also might have felt that way. Like if you have multiple ones, oh, I feel
Yeah,
kind of left out, or maybe you were the one who left others out. That's a very like tangible concept, I think, for children. And yeah, and it conveys so much information to somebody who even pays only a little bit of attention, and it's really nice. I like it.
oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're essentially this is the levitation bit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
And
so.
so I think what I believe happens is Anakin and Tahiri they're trying to levitate. They have a bit of trouble, but then I think one of them they combine their powers. They've, like I said, the Force bond, which
Mhm,
hasn't been named, but pretty much is because when they do that, the
mhm.
rock goes flying into the ceiling,
Yeah. I think I remember that scene. Yeah.
and I
Um,
think all the other kids start laughing.
yeah. I think so as well. I'm not sure if it's like right exactly here. It could be. I'm not sure because I haven't written down that specific scene because I guess you know more about that than I do. But yeah,
I
I
just
remember. remember.
I
that.
just recall that happening.
I do so as well. Yeah, and I guess it's like an early foreshadowing, you could say, of their teamwork meaning a lot more than just simple teamwork. It's like there's a deeper bond here that's at play. And that's
Mhm.
pretty cool because, yeah, as I said, you can do so much with that. That's already
It's-
something I loved when it was introduced for Luke and Mara, and making the same thing true for Anakin and Tahiri works
Yeah,
really well.
these books do convey a lot in a short amount of time.
It's crazy. Like those are how many? I mean, it's really just a few pages basically. It's like the most chapters I've seen so far are 18 for the third one, and there's so much like condensed information, and really every writer should be able to do that because yeah. But yeah, as you see, we got a few. We just got very few of those kinds of books. It seems like. Yep. Chapter
Mhm.
2 now. So Anakin. Oh yeah, Anakin performs the like mind technique that he like learned from Luke, kind of, and he sees the room with the Golden Globe again, and from that memory, like he sees a bunch of symbols, and he sort of like a robot, he draws them onto a piece of paper, and Lyric, so the third character like in their current team, she recognizes those symbols. She's
Yep.
like, oh yeah, I once was at a place. It was like right next to an Everald's nest. So Everald are like birds, like predators on Yavin 8, and right next to its nest I saw those kinds of symbols carved into the mountain. And it's like, okay, so we're gonna get more from this here. And she just tells you a bit about the biology of the melody. Just kind of, they start like as mammals, like they breathe air and whatnot, but then at some point they go through this changing ceremony where they grow gills and they need to breathe underwater from that point on. And we're gonna get like through a whole ceremony later, so there's no need to specify that here, but it's obvious like, okay, they're probably gonna go to Yavin 8 now to just kind of see what's going on with those symbols.
Yeah, it seems pretty urgent that she needs to get there, doesn't it?
Yeah, because she, at this point, so this changing ceremony is just something that naturally happens, and if she's not in the water as it happens, she's gonna die because she's just gonna grow her gills but not be able to breathe. And yeah, as she's explaining all of this, and as Anakin realizes they need to go to Yavin 8, she's already starting the process. So she needs to go now, and they accompany her. That's what they're gonna do, and that's why they will eventually land on Yavin 8. And yeah, in chapter 3, Lyric, she gives a bit of context, like what happened. So she was taken to the Everald's nest, where the symbols were, and she was obviously supposed to be eaten by the children of the Everald. And what she did was she actually like squeaked back to the parent bird in such a way that it actually believed it was one of its children, which led to her then flying back out and searching for more food, which gave her an opening to escape. And yeah, it's also just like this funny and
Yeah, I
clever
could buy
little
that.
way of doing that. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just saying I could buy that.
Yeah, that's like also
Then,
totally
so
believable.
what was I think even when I first read it, one problem I had was that Luke is just willing to let Anakin Tahiri go off.
That is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, that's where I'm like, he probably shouldn't just let them go along. And also, like, if he knows, I mean, he very easily can find out that the Melody's situation is quite dire, like at all times, because they are very vulnerable. That he probably should help them in some way, because like it would barely take effort for him to protect them, or like to build up something that helps them protect themselves. But he kind of doesn't, and that was just very hard for me to believe because Lyric will at some point, I'm not sure where exactly, but she will speak about we always get attacked by a bunch of predators, like different ones during that changing ceremony, and like we're barely able to defend ourselves. Like, well, that sounds like something Anakin would tell Luke. Luke would go, oh, huh, I never knew about that. I guess we should probably help them in some way. He kind of doesn't.
I mean, for the Tatooine one, I could think of explanation. Actually, no, I could for this one too. Maybe I just
Okay, yeah.
like for both of those books. I was thinking maybe what you could do is Luke or some other Jedi. Well, for the Tatooine one, I know the excuse was, well, the Tusken Raiders said no, Jedi can't interfere. But I imagine if Luke was there, he could either just make them say, "Look, I'm just going to watch them, make sure they don't die,"
Yeah.
and the Tusken Raiders would just be like, "Well, okay, Luke is very powerful, so let's not mess with him." They would just know. Or, and the way Luke watches them is, and maybe he just maybe even if the Tusken Raiders just still refused him, he could do this. But have you played Knights of the Old Republic 2?
I unfortunately have played neither of the KOTOR games so far.
Okay, that's all right. Well, you're familiar with Kreia, right?
No. I've heard of them. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so she has an ability to cloak her not just her presence, but her like people's memory of her. So like people can't basically just hide herself.
Yeah,
like to hide herself in the Force and to the naked eye. And I was thinking about that, and I thought, well, Obi-Wan must have done something similar on the Death Star, right? Because how does I mean, if you look at him, he does stand out quite a lot on the Death Star.
Yeah.
So he must have been using a technique like that. So I imagine that for book 3, and maybe even for this book, Luke could have done something similar. Like just have a scene where Anakin, Tyrion, and Tatooine, they look off in the distance at a hill. They could see a cloaked figure, and then a gush of sand like brushes past him because of the wind, and then after that he just disappears. Something like that. Just say Luke's watching them, so if they're about to die, he would save them.
Yeah, and
just something like that, and I'd be perfectly fine with it.
There actually even is kind of precedent for that, ironically, in a Kevin book, because in Darksaber, like right in the beginning of the Darksaber book, they like Han and Luke go to Tatooine, to revisit Jabba's palace, and they actually, I think, as far as I remember, they follow a bunch of Tusken, and Luke actually uses the Force. I think the description was that it takes quite a bit of energy for him just like to constantly keep up that cloak. But yeah, like when people are about to look at him, he just makes them look somewhere else for a moment, and that's kind of how it's described. Yeah, they don't ever quite pay attention to him too much, and that's how it works, more or less.
In Crystal Star, there's a funny scene where because Han has to wear a disguise in this one place, and he looks at Luke and he's thinking, "Why isn't Luke wearing a disguise?" And Luke says, "Don't worry, they don't see me; they see someone else." And I think Han thought that was kind of creepy, actually, which is funny.
Yeah, but it makes total sense. Yeah,
but
yeah,
I guess my thinking behind Luke doing that for here, or for maybe for the Sand people, is, I mean, if Kreia can do it to like basically Jedi Masters, I'm sure Luke could do it to some Sand people.
Yes, especially like I agree that Tion can't, and that makes sense to me. Okay, she's not quite as adept, but even if push comes to shove and Luke has to like fight, I don't think Luke's gonna struggle with a bunch of Tusken Raiders.
No,
not anymore. And I buy it for Tion, but not for Luke.
So yeah, I mean, for these next 2 books at least, I wouldn't say for the next 3 for reasons you'll find out.
Okay,
but for these books 2 and 3, which I still like, they're still good, but I do wish Luke was just there in the background, like just a little. I mean, if they were to re-release these, just add like a little one line.
Yeah,
Luke is that they see a cloaked figure, and Anakin felt something that resembled his uncle in the Force.
Yeah,
just so
something.
Yeah, something like that.
It's just there should be a permanent New Republic based on Yavin 8 for protection, but as we know, the New Republic other villains, so it makes sense. That's actually quite true. Yeah,
they're just stupid.
They are just really, really dumb, but they're also kind of villainous. Yeah. Um. Yeah, like as soon as Luke, I'm fine if he doesn't find out for quite a while, but as soon as Luke knows, oh wait, this is actually going on there. Of course, he's not gonna just go onto a moon and search everything. That makes sense to me, but yeah, as soon as he knows, he probably should. Yep, but we'll see. Um. Oh, hey Brennan, how's it going? Thanks for coming on here. Yeah. So, oh yeah, so in chapter 3, yeah, we had that lyric, squeaking back as though she's one of the Everett's children, which was a funny and believable way of her getting to escape. And yeah, as I said, so the melody, they go through a changing ceremony. They develop guilds during that, and they're basically utterly defenseless. And there's only a few other kids armed with like rocks and a bunch like pointy sticks,
Yeah,
protecting
spears and
them.
whatnot.
Yeah, protecting them from predators, and I really, really actually liked that, like that whole species, how it functions, because their defensiveness, like their lack of defense generally throughout all times, makes total sense because like everyone who enters a certain age where you would think like that's actually the age where you should defend your people, none of them actually can anymore because they are underwater, and so there's no way for them to actually defend the others. So it has to be like the children because they are the only ones who are still walking on land, and that's like, it's kind of a sad way almost because you're just eternally trapped in your children having to protect you because you literally can't. But I thought it was a quite interesting species to build up, and it's like really unique and
It is,
but
yeah.
in a sensible way, like in a logical way. Yeah.
I do wish they. I wish they explored this species more, actually, but I don't think they get touched
I would
on
count that.
in
Yeah.
any other. Yeah, yeah, they don't really get mentioned in any other stories.
There's a lot of that. Sadly, that's there's a lot of like one-off species or characters, and
Maybe for the best, I guess. Who knows?
I guess sometimes, but not if they're like built up to be really important. It's like, yeah, I get it. Like, there's a lot of people. It's a big galaxy, of course. There would be a bunch of people who you would see one time and then never again. But yeah, especially if they're like made out to be really important. I mean, you haven't read the New Rebellion, but there's like a species. I don't even remember the name anymore. That was introduced, I think, in this book, like in this book specifically. Yeah, I don't remember the name, but they were like really, really important suddenly. Like they repaired like the ships for the New Republic, and they were like guards and investigators and all important like aspects kind of New Republic life were under their control more or less. And I mean, they weren't villains, but it's like, okay, they come out of nowhere and suddenly they're like the most important thing. But yeah, with the melody, it would be sad. I guess like at some point you develop a feeling when you read it. It's like, okay, this sounds like something I'm never gonna hear about again. And usually it's kind of sad. And yeah, the melody are pretty interesting. I would have liked to know more, but I suppose we won't get too much. That's kind of what I expect here. But yeah.
Because they were neighbors to the Jedi Academy, basically, but I suppose the only story after that was New Jedi Order, and yeah.
And yeah, apparently Denning had a few ideas for them. We'll
And
see
the
about
location
that.
of the academy.
Yeah. Oh well. Exactly. Yeah. So. Oh yeah. And at this point, Lyric already says she needs to leave once again for Yavin 8 to go to the one because there is like only one place where you can actually do the ceremony, and Anakin and Tahiri, they both consider her their friend, and they want to accompany her. It's like, yep, makes total sense that they would want that. And chapter 4, yeah, so immediately we get that Anakin and Tahiri are allowed to go to Yavin 8, and I'm like, I get it, like it's nice. And Luke's explanation kind of in this book is like they need the practical experience, basically. And that
Which
makes sense to an extent, but still, I mean, they get this one guy who accompanies them, Peckham. He's like the pilot.
oh, Peckham, yeah.
Or Peckham, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, but I mean, they kind of trick like Peckham. Like he forgets I think, some medicine he was supposed to ship, and he needs to leave actually. So they are alone. It's like, okay, and yeah, I mean, in the third book we'll have Tion, but yeah, like maybe there should be some other Jedi supervising them.
Cam Solusar.
Cam is there. I don't see what.
Yeah, I mean, we know he exists because Dark
Yeah.
Empire.
Yeah, and one sentence in the Jedi Academy trilogy.
Oh yeah.
Other than that, only I Jedi.
What was
kind of a deal?
Yeah, but that released after, so
Yeah, sadly.
what was Luke's explanation then for letting them go? Oh no, yeah, practical experience. Yeah,
Yeah, I think just that they need practical experience, kind of. So
it's not the same because these Jedi were trained, but I remember in Tales of the Jedi that was basically Master Arca's explanation for Ulick and his friends going to Onderon.
Yeah, like
he said, well, because he said, yeah, I'm just going to sit back and let you guys take this one because they need the practical experience, which I think, yeah, that was more of the Jedi way back then in the 90s. That the Masters would, although I don't think I mean, to be fair, they're not. I think, did Luke know about all the predators though and whatnot?
I mean, it would only make sense for me that he would know because, like, Lyric is there. He can just tell him, like, hey, I mean, that's what's happening. And I mean, Lyric told it, I think, as far as I know, Lyric told the entire story to Anakin and Tahiri. Like, there are predators there who attack us. So even if Lyric wouldn't tell him, I feel like Anakin would. Like, oh, hey, maybe we need some help because supposedly there's a bunch of predators roaming around the place. So it sounds kind of dangerous, especially because they get no weapons. So
yeah, I mean, you could, again, with this book, you wouldn't even need. You could just have a one-off line. Luke turn to Cam Solusar, follow them, and make sure they don't get killed. Basically,
exactly. Yeah,
he doesn't even have to show up for the rest of the book. Just have Luke do that, so you know he's there.
Because it wouldn't make sense. Like someone like Cam Solusar would make his presence completely unknown to two children, so there wouldn't even be the need for another mention of him. Just like follow them.
Because he was a dark side Force user. So, and he didn't he hunt Jedi or did he not?
Yeah, as far as I know, he was like with what's the guy? Cedrus was that?
Cedrus, yeah.
Yeah, that was that guy. And yeah, as far as I know, he was like an inquisitor, basically. Yeah.
Oh right. So yeah, it makes sense that he could cloak his presence from two children.
Definitely. And there's a bunch of characters where you're like, they have nothing better. Like Karana T has done nothing other than in Leviathan, I guess. Streen.
Oh, I forget she exists, to be honest.
Yeah, you would, because what memorable thing has she done other than
just
exist?
One of Luke's original 12 students, just Luke says to them, go watch over the kids while they go to this neighboring planet.
Yup.
Like, just don't interfere unless they're about to be killed.
Exactly.
That is Star Wars, isn't it? Characters are about to get killed, someone comes in and saves them.
Yeah, and
it's fun stuff.
Yeah, and that would be like a really kind of self-aware, I guess, but it would be a very sensible thing to do because, I mean, even beyond it just being children, it's your nephew. Like
the son of your sister. Yeah.
Imagine you have to explain as Luke to Leia, oh, by the way, your child kind of got killed. Like, why?
He got eaten by a giant snake.
Yeah. I mean, what would the first? Yeah, what would the first question from her be? Where were you when that happened? I mean, that would be
God.
The logical and immediate first question. Like,
Infinity's comic, anyone?
Probably, yeah. What if? Maybe what if for Junior Jedi?
Luke explaining to Leia how her son got killed.
Yeah, that would be like really awkward. Because, it's kind of simple to prevent that actually, because there's not a big threat.
But yeah, you could actually. To be fair, I kind of like the idea of Karana T watching over them because she's from Dathomir,
Mhm.
So I'd figure she'd know some spells to hide herself.
Yeah. Doesn't Karana T even canonically have kids of her own? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Maybe I misremember because I mean there's been so little about her.
Yeah, there is.
Uh,
She basically gets abandoned. She was
Yeah.
in one comic,
Yeah,
written by
Leviathan.
Kevin Anderson.
Yeah, she was in Leviathan, that Jedi
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
Academy comic book. Like that was like 4 issues, and it was a nothing. So other than that,
they defeat a
she
giant monster,
yeah, like it's
which
that big.
that's cool, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. But that's really all there's the occasional. She mostly doesn't even make it to a name drop. Like she's that
Irrelevant.
forgotten. But yeah, like Tion at least gets the occasional name drop. But oh well. But yeah, exactly. That's kind of like those are my gripes with that initial entrance into the story. But we just know, okay, they will go to Yavin 8.
But you could, you could just headcanon it that Luke sent another Jedi to watch over them
Yeah,
without
I
them
guess
knowing.
it wouldn't change too much,
Well,
really.
it wouldn't change anything, would it? Because
Not really.
they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't know, and they shouldn't. Obviously, that's the point. Yeah, because they shouldn't even have like the feeling of security that if something happens, there is a Jedi. Maybe
Yeah,
that
they
also
shouldn't, because
kind of-
that defeats the purpose of the trial.
exactly. So that's an easy thing you could make them like. They don't actually need to know that you're there, because if they know they're just going to be reckless if they know that there's somebody there who could easily.
And
like,
it would
yeah.
it would defeat the purpose of what was it? Try not, do not. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you have that security back in your mind, you'll behave entirely differently than
You'll
if
just
you
try,
think-
you won't do.
exactly. Then if you think you're actually alone and this is like the only chance that you have. So
Which
it
I
would
think
be easier. Yeah.
I do, to be honest, I do prefer this version of the Jedi, to be honest.
Yeah. They I, I like them as well. Like prequel Jedi. I mean, they're enough for memes, but that's really it.
Pretty
And
much, yeah. They're just good for memes.
yeah, and especially like after reading stuff like Outbound Flight, oof, man, prequel Jedi were something else. Like they're really kind of fucked up.
Like weird cultists.
Yeah, I mean sometimes understandably so. Like the no attachment rule, even though it's a knowing better, it's a dumb rule. But I get where you would come from with that kind of rule. Like there is a kind of logic to it that makes sense. But
I can see the logic the same way if it was applied to, I don't know, military personnel or law enforcement.
yeah, like because obviously, like if you're really, if that is an avenue for you to do something you really shouldn't, then it's maybe better than you don't even have the option. So like,
Yeah, but I think, I mean, as we've seen, I do think the opposite end of spectrum. Like, if you do restrict this, like if you compare the potential negative results of both, I think Luke's way is a lot better.
yeah, very obviously so. There's no ifs and buts for me there, pretty easily. The better choice, definitely. So I of course like them better as well, yeah. But yeah, that's it for that. Oh yeah, Peckham, yeah. So a temple, like a worker from the temple, and basically their guardian. He forgot very important medical supplies, and he needs to return quickly, which means the two of them are left alone.
Yeah, it's just a plot convenience of
Yeah.
I've got to have it so they're left alone.
Exactly, yeah.
Because you're thinking, Peckham, Luke told you to look after them, and you just
Yeah, there's nothing that's more important than that now. You could easily probably just make a call back like, hey, I kind of forgot this. Can maybe somebody else like take care of that? But yeah, it's just a plot thing.
Luke, you're not doing anything.
Kind of. It seems that way at least. That would have also been nice to have like just a little sentence like, oh, there's this really important thing that Luke needs to take care of right now.
Actually, to be fair, there is one there's a scene in one of the books, I think. Anakin's on top of the temple, and he can see Luke doing lightsaber drills with some older students.
Ah, okay. That
I don't
hasn't
remember.
happened yet, so I guess it's
Okay, it must be in one of the later three.
Yeah, I guess so. But that makes sense. Yeah, that's good because keeps them busy. That's not bad. Yeah.
Well, it's easy to forget, but Luke does actually train Jedi.
Yeah. You can kind of miss that detail from never reading about it in any other place. So it's good. It's good when it happens. That's
Yeah.
pretty.
I am sorry to keep bringing up Jedi Academy, but honestly,
all
I mean,
roads lead to that place. Don't worry.
yeah,
We
or
won't screw up, but
even the things after it.
yep. Always.
But honestly, I think I'm pretty sure we see more Jedi training in these junior books than we do in the whole. I think in the
We do.
first, yeah, maybe not the first book, but yeah, we see more Jedi training in these kids' books than we do in the whole Jedi Academy trilogy.
If I think back to the Jedi Academy trilogy, I honestly couldn't tell you a single moment of like just training and explaining like the Force in a practical way, because like that's Praxium, that's supposed to be the thing, right? But
What about the hot tub scene?
oh,
In the
I
pond?
guess so. Yeah, was that from the Jedi? Yeah, I guess
That
that's
was that was one scene though.
there was one scene, and I mean, fair enough, but this thing is called the Jedi Academy trilogy. That should kind of be like everything. I mean, to be honest, like both Han and Leia don't need to be present in this book. Lando doesn't need to be. I mean,
Oh no,
Wait.
none of them did. It should have just been Luke.
only Luke. I mean, actually, Mara as well, because it makes no sense. But oh well. And
Oh yeah,
only
Mara
Exar
should
Kun.
have been one of his first students.
Yep. And look how that turned out to be. Yeah. And only Exar Kun as the villain. We don't need Duel. We don't need Dala, or fucking whatever all these other idiots are called. Fergan. Remember him? No need for
I
all
actually forgot about him for a while because when you mentioned him, I was when you did your mini review on Discord, I was trying to I was thinking to myself, I know that name, but who is Fergan? Where is he
Yeah.
from?
He
For
is
some
that kind
reason,
of character.
I was wondering if he was from New Jedi Order, and I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Sadly, he's from a very, very special trilogy. But yeah, Fergan is. Oh. Yeah, Fergan knew that Anakin Solo was the grandson of Darth Vader, by the way. I don't know how, but he knew. That's cool, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, we get more. We definitely get more training here. Like in Jedi, there was like an entire chapter that was only about sparring. It's like, damn, you can do that. That seems like a crazy concept. You can just actually dedicate an entire chapter to training, and it's cool and makes sense. But yeah, those junior books, I mean, they should do it. Like it's really about nothing else than those children becoming Jedi. So you should show the way of them becoming Jedi, and good on them. They did, yeah. But yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, as we said, Peckham leaving, plot convenience. Okay, fine enough. And of course, immediately there is an Avril attack. So Tahiri, she gets hit by an attack. Anakin wants to actually like protect her and jump in front of her because before the bird can take her with them or with it. But Lyric actually is faster and instead gets taken by the Avril. Like,
Yeah.
that was pretty nice actually. Also that she was courageous enough to do that. So, oh, okay, cool.
Mhm.
There you go.
If I had to sum up this book, it's like in a good way because I do enjoy this. I enjoy all these books.
Mhm.
It's basically a series of boss fights, like going from predator to predator.
Kind of, yeah.
For the one part, yeah.
And
Oversimplifying, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's more appropriate here than like because
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
broadly speaking, it seems like the entire Bantam era seems to do that. It's like villain of the week, basically, and the amount of like evil guys who actually get carried through and get built up
Mm.
more than just in one book or in one trilogy. Very few and far in between. But it's appropriate more so for children's novel because like, okay, want to have a fresh new concept every time, and it's this little small thing, because like we have the the predators on Yavin 8. It's not like they're a hugely relevant villain to the galaxy. It's just
Oh no, they're not. It makes perfect sense because it's a
Yeah.
primitive planet, so of course there'll be a lot of predators around.
exactly like
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was dogging on it because I do, I think it makes sense.
yeah, I think so too. Definitely, like there's a time and place to have those kinds of villains, and in this book series, to me, it perfectly makes sense.
Yeah, because it's the crux of the main of the story where they're trying to protect their friend while predators,
Mhm.
try to get them basically.
Yep.
And it's not, it's some. If it was an incompetent writer doing an adult book, this would be an irrelevant subplot. It'd
Yeah.
be an irrelevant subplot where they get lost somewhere and then
Mhm.
they encounter some monsters, and then it has nothing to do with the rest of the plot.
Oh yeah, like
But-
the solo
Yes.
children getting lost on Coruscant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That-
Outrunning a Wookiee. That was hilarious to read. It read like you've definitely seen that moment right from the
Yeah.
Disney Kenobi show where all these aliens try to catch child Leia.
Yep, it's that.
You can see that they're not running at full speed because of course they would catch her immediately. It happens twice actually. Obi-Wan later on also chases Leia. It's like, dude, like
And
you
then there's the
barely
bit where he
walk.
hides her under the coat.
Yeah, or that one. Yeah, I remember that one as well. And it read the same to me. It's like, there's no way you outspeed. Like, how tall is Chewie supposed to be? Like 2 meter
He's
something?
must
3
be like
meters?
7 foot tall.
Yeah, it's like insanely tall. It's like his legs are as long as your entire fucking body.
Well, they're
You
2
don't
years old, so
outrun.
it's probably like their head's probably up to not even up to his kneecaps.
They had two. Yeah, I forgot they're fucking 2 or 3 years old. No, that doesn't happen. But somebody wrote it in, and I guess it did. So there you go.
There you go.
That was really dumb. Exactly. Yeah. So as I said, yeah, I like the bravery of both Anakin and also Lyric. And in chapter 5 now, wait. So, oh yeah. So they reach. They follow the bird. They reach the nest. And Lyric is there. She tries the same trick as before, where she, squeaks back at the bird. But because her changing process has already started, she doesn't she isn't able to breathe in enough oxygen to do that same cry anymore, and so the bird doesn't buy it, which also makes sense totally. And
Yep.
Anakin and Tahiri are there, so they're like, of course they need to save her. Anakin is gonna try and attack it. He tells Tahiri to actually stay back, so in case that the bird doesn't quite buy it or something, that Tahiri is able to get Lyric and get away while he's busy, I guess. And that was really nice because of course Tahiri doesn't want to stay behind, but he's like pretty forceful about it, like, no, stay behind. So I like Anakin's bravery here a lot. Oh yeah, that was just funny to me, I guess. The place that they were in, it's supposed to, quote, smell dank. Like it's used like an adjective. I know that.
Oh yeah. Dang.
And I know that I guess it's just some word, but it was funny to me when I read it. I guess it smells dank in here.
Oh no, I've actually heard that one before.
Yeah, I feel like like in some obscure thing I've heard it as well, and it sounds like, okay, it probably just has a normal meaning, but yeah, I don't associate it with with that, so it was just fine.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah, there you go. And so they save Lyric successfully. They get assisted by other Melody, and everything kind of seems all right for the moment. It's like, yep, okay, nice, worked fine enough. And yeah, once again, I said the Praxium probably should build just like some protection for them, because I mean they get massacred pretty easily without them usually. At least that's how they, we never see it, but that's how they describe it. It's like, yeah, we are like equipped with sticks and stones. We have nothing against those beasts. So yeah, there you go. Chapter 6. Oh yeah, that's when I noticed like sometimes like the text is just like in the file twice. Like, you have to use the same exact text. That's just an editing thing. I don't know what happened there.
Seems like this book has a lot of that.
Yeah, like it was usually I never point that out because I mean it's really irrelevant unless it's something funny. But yeah, in this one it was like a lot. It was very noticeable and it was weird. I mean, it doesn't really impact the enjoyment, but it was just kind of strange. Exactly. Anakin and Tahiri, yeah, so they're back with the melody, and there's a moment where the eggs of the melody get attacked by predators known as wraiths. I think wraiths those were the rodent-esque predators that attacked them as well.
Oh, I don't remember the rodents.
I think it was like wraiths were supposed to be like rodents. They were reals. That's like a snake, basically, like from the cover. We had the Avrods, those were the birds, and the Purella. There's like
The
an
spider.
arachnid, yeah, like a spider, basically. I think wraiths were supposed to be rodents. I don't 100% remember, but I think that's how they. Yeah, but I mean, when I search it, I get Wraith Sienna and something from the First Order. So yeah, okay, I won't find that probably. Maybe Pico remembers better. But yeah, I think those were rodents, and yeah, this time, yeah, Tahiri, Anakin once again, he tells Tahiri stay behind with the changelings, so the melody in the changing process. This time she follows him instead of staying behind, so I like that she also pretty stubborn if she wants to. And oh yeah, the symbols that were carved into the the Sistra mountain was the name where the name of the mountain where the symbols were carved in that Lyric remembered. Apparently they contain some form of message from an ancient race. That's just all that we know for now. Some ancient race and some secret message. And we'll learn more about that.
I wonder what the race was.
Oh, you'll see in a few chapters. So chapter 7, yeah, exactly. Anakin. So Lyric has, I think, basically, Lyric has gone through the changing process now. She's like fully emerged underwater. Anakin wants to visit her. Tahiri, of course, makes sense. Tahiri can't swim because she's from Tatooine. She wouldn't know. And Tahiri like asks him like, "Hey, did you forget that I can't swim?"
Which I like. She's from a desert planet. It makes sense.
Obviously, yeah. And he has that moment where he's like, I think he just thinks that to himself. Like he could never forget that. And there's a mention that he still has this picture in his mind of her almost drowning in the first book in the river, and how he could never possibly forget something like that. Like, oh, okay. I mean, it sounds like sweet that he can't forget that.
Can't get that image out of his head. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's quite serious actually. Like, oh yeah, he almost saw her actually die, and he won't be able to forget that. Yeah,
but it makes sense because I think, at least force dreams I think are a lot more vivid than a normal dream, so it makes sense.
Yeah, totally, to me as well. Yeah, and exactly so. And while Anakin was underwater, there was a snake creature. Like I think those are called reels, exactly, which attacked. And Anakin comes back up and he saves Tahiri, and he uses the Force. So with the Force, he locates the heart of the creature, and he uses it to slow it down, and so much that the beast actually dies. So he slowed down the heartbeat so much that I think it actually dies.
Yeah, he stops its heartbeat essentially, and I'll add that what happened right before that was the snake. I think had the snake gotten Tahiri in its mouth, or
I think it wrung itself around her. I think.
Oh yeah, it did that, or something like it attacked her somehow.
Yeah,
and I think so. I think that works because some people, I'm sure, might think, oh, so is Anakin a Gary Stu? He's not a Gary Stu because the way the book plays it out, it's more of a in the spur of the moment
Mhm.
emotional reaction kind of
Yep.
thing, because it says Tahiri, she screaming or something, crying
Yeah,
out, and
exactly.
she was
Um,
terrified, basically. And
yeah,
Anakin never seen her like that.
that also seems to me like in this moment it's like appropriate enough, I would say, because I think there's also a similar thing for humans actually, like when you're in immense panic because I don't know, let's say you're a mother and your baby is in some danger in some way, that you also like, I mean, not have superpowers obviously, but that you're quite stronger than you would usually be just because of
Oh no,
the
yeah, it
panic
definitely does.
adrenaline. Yeah.
So it makes sense that someone with the Force can do that.
Yeah, like just the equivalent of that. Because also like, oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
slowing the heartbeat.
he couldn't do something like this on his own because in a scene later on, which we'll get to.
Exactly, yeah. Just that's not something he can immediately trigger just because he wants to. That was like an instinctual thing almost, that he immediately had the power to do so.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
then afterwards he won't anymore, and that makes sense to me as well. And oh yeah, and it's also clearly stated that this is a surprising amount of power that he had, because obviously, yeah.
I think he himself was surprised, wasn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Anakin
I
was
think he
surprised
himself.
himself,
Yeah, I think so as well. And
which plays into our idea that it's not something he can normally do.
yeah, exactly. And that he won't be able to do just in the next scene, as we'll talk about later.
Yep.
And yeah, after that attack, yeah, even though Tahiri, generally she's like very happy and easygoing most of the time, but that attack like left her really clearly distressed, and she was even crying out in shock. It's like, yeah, this is definitely appropriate. And
yeah, this is his best friend.
yeah, and it's like a child, obviously, still. And I was like, oh, that also to me, all of that sounded like surprisingly mature for a kid's book, because I could almost imagine like them, just being pretty happy most of the time, even when something like this happens, just because
Yeah.
you don't mean to convey that much, like that many different emotions, but that was pretty nicely done, and it's not as lighthearted as you might expect from such a book. So that was well done. Chapter 8, exactly. So the now changed, lyric is now fully changed, and they move her to the high waters. So that's like the space where the changed melody live in. And yeah, as I said before, like I generally like the species of the melody and how their entire structure and like society basically works, even though it's pretty small as far as I can read that at least. But yeah, like the whole defending the changelings thing, and that only kids can do that, it's all very believable. And yeah, where she previously had feet, she now has a tail fin. So obviously she's like an
She
aquatic.
transformed. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She fully transformed, and her fingers, her fingers have grown together like with webbed membranes in between her fingers. So
Which is pretty cool, to be fair.
yeah, pretty useful as well. And oh yeah, we get introduced to another melody who is called Senna. So Senna, she's also one of the young melodies. She gets attacked, and I like the suspense in that scene, because it seemed very possible, at least from the way it was told, that she could just die from that attack. But she ultimately actually defends herself and survives, and the scene implies that she possibly did that by using the Force. Exactly, yeah. And oh yeah, and ultimately, as like thanks for them protecting the melody, Anakin and Tahiri get a chance to speak to somebody called the Keeper of Legends, which they will do now. Chapter 9, exactly. So Tahiri obviously can't swim, but she actually wants to move down to speak to the Keeper of Legends herself. She evidently is afraid of the water, but she gets shown how to swim by Anakin a bit, but also by Lyric's father, who's called Guile. And she's like very excited about learning to swim. So that's also kind of adorable, because yeah, at the end of the day, she's still a child, and learning to do something new. That seems like something a child would be really, really proud and happy about.
Yeah.
They, yeah, they meet the Keeper of Legends, who's called Aragorn, and I guess
That's cool.
Aragorn. Yeah, not Aragorn, but Aragon, I think.
Oh, right, Aragon.
Yeah,
That's still cool.
I thought like, oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, the second R is missing. I actually just realized that. Yeah, so he's called Aragon. But I was like, yeah, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. He's my favorite character actually from Lord of the Rings, so I like that a lot. And so obviously they ask him about the symbols that they've seen in both in Anakin's dreams, and that Lyric remembers from the mountain. And he knows that he had knowledge of the symbols at one point, but he just can't remember it anymore. And what Anakin and Tahiri want to try and do is help him remember those symbols with the Force. And that's just kind of what we know. They want to attempt it, and we'll see whether it works. Chapter 10. Yeah, so we don't get the translation of the individual symbols, but they actually manage to get the meaning of the entire message. And yeah, as we know, like before it was announced that like, oh, some ancient race left those symbols behind on that mountain, and it turns out it was the Masasi who did. And the Masasi left behind a message which tries to get, just in general, from nobody in particular, they try to get help to release their children from Exar Kun's slavery. And the Melody obviously weren't able to help them. So what they did is carve the message into the walls instead, just, I guess, hoping, because of course they have no means of going out there and finding somebody. So that was kind of the only option to get someone to help them. And yeah, they carved the message into the wall instead. I was like, that's a really, really cool idea. Because as you said before, the Masasi are really nothing but the army of Exar Kun. That's like the
Pretty
only
much, yeah. Sith zombies.
Sith zombies. Like they have no personality, as far as we knew from before, at least. They just exist to kill and to like represent the enemy of the Jedi, but nothing more. And like to have this thing going on where they actually want to liberate themselves was surprisingly cool. So I like that quite a lot, actually. And
also cool that the melodies was around even back in Tales of the Jedi, like that era.
True, yeah, because
so you writers, you can use them, or you could have used them.
They could have, yeah, at least, because
fair enough. They are pretty minuscule, I guess, in grand scheme of things.
I mean, the nature of their existence makes it basically impossible. Yeah, for them to leave. Like they're just gonna stick around at that place because
unless
oh yeah,
I don't know if you ever watched SpongeBob when you were little.
Oh yeah, unless they literally push it to another.
You know when you went to Sandy's house, she's a squirrel, so she lives in that little glass dome. Yeah, they just put a jar of water on top of their heads.
Oh yeah,
That'd be so goofy.
I mean, the problem is that they have tail fins. They don't actually have legs, but that would be really funny if they.
What if?
I wonder.
I don't know. I mean, I know. I really do wish Walter John Williams used Lyric in his book. If he just said, "Oh no, she's not actually dead."
I mean, you probably could, because, like, I mean, we saw
I'd like to see how that work.
I mean, Yoda had like a floating chair, which I assume there's like controls that you can use with your hands, and they have hands still. They don't have. They didn't.
So they should be in wheelchairs.
Like mechanical wheelchairs, and they also have that water dome on their head, so they.
That would present a massive target in a fight.
I mean, yeah, you're not gonna be
useless.
You're not gonna be useful in a fight, probably, but you can leave at least in theory. But yeah, you won't do a lot.
Slowly on their wheelchairs, it'll just slowly rotate.
Like,
can you imagine that?
like the enemy jumps behind them, and they're like, wait, I need to and not them rotating on the spot, but like they need to go a bit left, then backwards and right, then forward, left,
reverse, right, left.
like wait, almost there.
Okay,
That
we can
that would be
continue.
awesome. Exactly, yeah. And so Anakin and Tahiri, they decide to go to the tunnels where the Purella live. So the Purella being the spider predators here, to search for the symbols. And they say goodbye to Lyric and tell her that they do want to visit her one day, and they leave for the tunnels, which is nice. And I do kind of wonder whether they ever did end up visiting her again.
I'm sure
Guess
they did.
I hope so, yeah.
I hope so.
I hope so as well, yeah. Chapter 11. Oh, yeah. There's nothing really to say about chapter 11. It's a very small POV chapter from like the Purella's POV. The only thing that's kind of interesting there is that it feels fear, like it's afraid when it observes how surprisingly easily a melody kills a wraith, something which they've never been able to do really. And so that kind of just surprises the Purella, which was, I guess, also kind of interesting, yeah, because it does, like, the Purella does mistake Anakin and Tahiri both for Melody, so I'm not sure if that's supposed to mean they observed them killing one of the wraiths or actually one of the Melody, but that's just what we're left with, and I guess it's kind of an interesting thought to have from, well, essentially just a big spider, but there's nothing more to say here. It hides away and waits for Anakin and Tahiri to come so he can strike. And yeah, chapter 12, also really not a lot to say. Anakin and Tahiri, they get caught by the Purella and placed into its webs, until they get paralyzed by some venom. They get put onto the web until their paralysis wears off, because Purella, being sadistic predator, likes to have like prey that's still fighting. That's what it's waiting for, I guess. And Anakin can immediately tell that like struggling inside the web would be fruitless, because there is a wraith in that web that just try to break out of it, and it's a thing like the more you're trying to shake your way out, the more you actually get caught in the webbing.
Yep.
So it's just gonna wrap itself around you more and more, and Anakin immediately recognized that that's what happened to that thing. So it's like, okay, as soon as my paralysis wears off, I'm not just gonna try and violently get out. Yep, there you go. Smart.
Sensible. And what I mentioned earlier about the snake, like we said, Anakin can't stop a creature's heartbeat on command, because here, otherwise he would have done it here. But I think here he didn't have that same sense of urgency that he had with Tahiri getting thrashed around by the snake.
Yeah, I think so
and
as
screaming.
Because here it's just the creature approaching. It's not like, I feel like if that creature actually picked up Tahiri and brought it to its maw, then he might have done the same thing once again.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but here there's just like a general sense of danger, but not like that, that one moment where it's like life and death. So it makes sense to me as well. I can buy that, yeah. And chapter 13, yeah, exactly. So now we have Anakin and Tahiri. They both wake up, like they're whispering to each other, "Hey, don't move around too much." And what they do is they work together. They use the Force to basically just move the webs up and down so much that eventually the Purella gets caught in it itself. Pretty cool. And yeah, as I said, initially I was like, could he have done like the heart-stopping thing once again? But yeah, I agree. It's probably something that's a bit more moment thing and not something he can consistently do, which is pretty obvious, yeah. Chapter 14. Once again, like a lot of these chapters are just pretty straightforward, and there's nothing to say other than describing what happened. And yes, Senna, now she showed a possible like Force sensitivity before. she begs Anakin and Tahiri to come to Yavin 4 and to check out whether she actually has the Force. And Anakin is actually scared to bring her to Luke because, I mean, still, like, he's still a young boy and Luke is the authority figure. And as soon as Luke starts asking questions like, okay, where'd you get her from? You probably have to spill the truth again, or like would have to spill the truth. So
Yeah,
makes sense. Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah. Yeah, so
it shows he does respect his uncle too.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I mean, obviously, sure, that's the thing you would do. You bring her along, but yeah, he is afraid still. And there you go. But yeah, ultimately, she will come along. She follows them onto Yavin 4. In chapter 15, once again, very straightforward. The group, they land on Yavin 4 again, and they get sent to the medic by Luke immediately to get examined. Also, pretty sensible before he even tries to chew them out. It's like, you go to the medic immediately, while Luke will talk to Senna like one-on-one. Chapter 16. Oh yeah, Tion specifically wanted to like teach Lyric to get the melodies to defend themselves, which is like nice. It's nice that it's brought up, but still, like it seems like minimal effort for the Jedi or the New Republic to help the melody. But still, kind of like I don't know, this little thing.
Yeah, maybe they did. I mean, we don't see what happens after.
I guess so. Yeah, that could like really easily be fixed. It doesn't
Hopefully,
contribute
yeah.
anything. Yeah. And yep, it's good. And oh yeah, Senna will stay on Yavin 4 because yes, she indeed is force sensitive, which not really a surprise. Chapter 17, yeah, exactly. So the message was also kind of a funny thing. It was actually carved into the walls in the way that the melody write, which is vertically and not horizontally. So that's kind of why nobody was really able to figure out what exactly the singular symbols meant. And yeah, the message very simply just says that the Masashi children are trapped within the Golden Globe that they found in the first book, and they need to be rescued by force-sensitive children specifically. And yeah, they also they need to be like, that's just the headspace that they need to be in. They need to be committed to a fight of good against evil, and eventually enter the globe. And that's
Which
the
is
end. Oh, yeah.
yeah, which this is the kind of, I mean, that kind of thing is something, if it was in an adult book, I would kind of roll my eyes. But since it's a children's book, I'm willing to forgive logic like
Yeah.
that.
Exactly. Yeah. That's kind of when you get the occasional differences where, like, yeah, if this was like mainline adult book and Luke was the protagonist, that would be kind of hard to believe. But the way it's working now, it's fine. Oh, we get the snake back.
We're back.
Welcome back. And yes, Fabi, indeed, Josh is here. Hello.
I probably won't be here for too much longer though. Might have to go in a second.
All right, yeah. We'll just finish the thoughts on Lyrics World and yeah.
Yeah, Lyrics World. Yeah, still continues the fun of the first book. I'd say it's not as good just for the few logistical problems we mentioned.
There's a lot more contrivances in this one than
Yeah,
I would say any of the other 5 books.
Yeah, probably. And again, me and Dan and I discussed that you could fix them just by saying, like, having like another little scene where Luke says to some other Jedi, Karanati, Cam Salazar, whoever, "Oh, go watch them, make sure they don't get killed."
Yeah.
But also make sure that they at no point like ever recognize your presence. Yeah.
Yeah, Anakin and Terry don't find out.
Yeah.
Because that would defeat the whole point of, testing them.
Yeah, because like them knowing that they're around, like that there is another Jedi who could potentially save them, kind of changes the way, of course, how you approach a scenario like that. But yeah, ultimately, it's weird because it's a children's book, so you expect contrivances, but the first book actually wasn't reliant on any contrivance, so it's kind of tough to rate. But yeah,
Yeah, but like we said, discussed, at the same time, the contrivances in this book can be easily worked around your head.
Exactly,
All
because
like the little tiny tweaks, which again is a testament to the writing of these books.
True, because
how strong they actually are.
Yeah,
exactly.
Because you don't actually need to rewrite anything happening that you have already. You just need to add
additional stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Just a bit more additional. Like if you'd have to actually rewrite it, then it would be a different story. But here it's like it works.
Yeah,
just need a little bit more, and then like it's totally fine.
Yeah, a few extra lines. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I agree. It's still pretty fantastic. It, as we said, it has a few of those contrivances that aren't that problematic. Ultimately, they can easily be corrected, but still they're there. And yeah, I was also like at least 8 out of 10. Probably tough to say. Maybe it would be an 8 out of 10, maybe even a bit more, because I think the third one is better than this one, but a bit weaker than the first one. So
yeah, I agree.
I think I don't know, Pika, what do you have out of 10?
I was going to say 7.5.
7.5. Fair enough.
Well, if I was to, if I was to rank the first three, I'd say it goes Lyrics World, Promises, and then Golden Globe's the best.
Yep, same. 7.5. Yeah, it's fair. Like 7.58. That's kind of where I would be. It's still pretty great, but it has those problems. Yeah, as we said, they can easily be fixed. So yeah, we'll jump into Promises. If at any point you feel like you need to go, just jump in and
yeah, that's right.
Okay, so let's just quickly pull up the last. Here we have another fantastic cover. Yeah, I mean, once again, like, just look at how expressive that face is. I mean, it's kind of funny, of course, like him being
Anakin's
picked up.
face.
Yeah, exactly. But just how expressive those faces are. It's kind of unreal. Oh, I guess this is supposed to be a crate dragon, right?
Yeah, it looks like a dinosaur, but yeah, it's supposed to be a great
exactly.
dragon.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're the Tuscan. Yeah, especially like how Tahiri looks. There's so much emotion in that, and
even the detail of the sunset in the background and the lighting as well. It's really well done.
Tuscan banter with Scots. There's so much, and yeah, as I said, it's said that a children's book got this attention to detail, but like most of the adult books couldn't get that. It makes those so much better, but yeah.
I like how even from the first book cover, Tahiri's barefoot, because you know, a lot of the time artists, you look at a cover art and think, did you even read the book?
Yeah, it's like what you're portraying isn't even present in the actual book. But
so you could tell that at least the artist read the book or spoke with the author. So okay, Tahiri doesn't wear shoes. Okay, this and that. They're on Tatooine in a cave. Yeah, just great stuff.
Although, damn, that would probably hurt. Like, have you ever been like to a beach and you just walked on the sand barefoot? Damn, that hurts.
Oh,
but tough girl, she's used to that.
Yeah, she's pretty used to it.
Yep.
I mean, it's not as. I mean, hopefully she never steps on any Lego.
Yeah, that would of course be really awkward, because then she might readjust her no shoes. Really.
She'll start wearing shoes.
Yeah, it's like that's traumatic enough that everyone would start wearing shoes probably. Yeah, nothing really more to say. Excellent cover. Promises. I mean, yep, the book is about a promise, so that's accurate, and that's really it. So we'll start with the prologue this time, because yeah, as I said, last book it really was just a prologue about the spider thing making its web, which is kind of irrelevant, but this one is actually pretty nice. So there's we're speaking about a Tusken Raider called Sliven. So Sliven leads a tribe, and at some point in the past, he was nursed back to health by Tahiri's parents, and he basically fought tooth and nail to let her, meaning Tahiri, join the tribe. And the initial deal when Tahiri was brought to Yavin 4 was she was gonna, she's able to go with Luke and Tion on the condition of returning after 6 months and announce like finally whether she'll join the academy or whether she'll return to the Tusken again. And Sliven kind of being like the adoptive father, more or less, like that's the situation he sees himself in, of Tahiri. He kind of actually hopes that she never returns, because he doesn't know whether she actually belongs with him, like whether they belong together, because it's very clear she is no Tusken and she will never truly be a Tusken, and he knows that. Of course, he wants her by his side, but still, he's honest enough to be like, you probably should just never
He wants what's
return.
best for her.
Exactly.
But he still knows what he wants himself.
And yeah, the nice thing is, like, you can easily see that being the case from the beginning. So as the Jedi came to Tatooine, that was something he might have immediately thought about, because like making them make that promise, it's kind of weird if you think about it, because they could easily just never come back, because the Tusken have no means of leaving Tatooine. So that there is no way of them ever changing anything about the situation if they just chose to stay on Yavin 4 with no with no further action. But still, of course,
it's an honor thing though for Tuskens.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, and as we're gonna find out, like the other Tusken are not all too impressed by the existence of Tahiri, so I guess they wouldn't particularly care even if that promise was upheld or not. It's really only just Sliven who cares a lot. And
I like the nuance of that they're not just all one big hive mind.
Yeah, exactly. And then they're like, of course, they're not quite like intelligent in a way like a normal human in the Star Wars universe seems to be. They're still primitive at the end of the day, but yeah, they're more like than just drones or something. And it's nice whenever you get that. You do get that in the Kenobi book, famously has some Tusken Raiders there as well. They get a bit more to do than just being the evil savages. But yeah, this one does it pretty well as well. So I like that a lot. And of course, her potential of finding out what actually happened to her parents is connected to her coming back. So for now, it remains a mystery what exactly happened. But yeah, she'll only be able to like find out if she returns in some way, at least. So that's just what we know for the beginning. Chapter 1. Oh yeah, there was just again a minor editing mistake here, but one that I thought was quite funny because it spelled Anakin with 2 I's instead of 1.
So maybe he's a clone.
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe he's a clone, and he actually, it didn't turn out the way we thought it would. So maybe he's around somewhere still doing his little shenanigans. But yeah, exactly.
He just wanted somewhere quiet to think to himself.
I mean, fair enough, honestly. Like, imagine there's like the species from outside the galaxy, and they like want to invade, and you're like, guys, I really just want to think. Leave me alone.
I need some alone time right now, guys. Just leave me alone.
Exactly. Like, here, let Anakin do it for me instead, and I'll stay behind. Fair enough. Why not?
I feel like of all the Solo kids, Anakin, at least based on Junior Jedi Knights, is probably the closest to he's pretty much a nerd in this series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which again is kind of cool.
Just like me.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Literally me.
The authors knew what they were doing.
Exactly. They knew who they were speaking to, let's say.
Do you think they actually knew that the most of the people reading these children's books would actually be grown adults? That'd be quite fun.
The ones writing it, difficult to say. Perhaps not. Perhaps at that time there was still.
Yeah, probably.
But ultimately, like, just imagining it is kind of funny like you're a Star Wars author and you're self-aware enough to know who's your target audience so much so that you make this character. It would be kind of funny, at least, to imagine that. But yeah, I think at that time perhaps it was a bit different. Though at this time I could understand if they knew. Yeah. But yeah, exactly. That's how we start. Oh yeah, so Anakin, he has another nightmare, and he faces his own dark side in a dream, and it's in front of the Golden Globe, which clearly there's some foreshadowing going on there.
What was the nightmare again?
Oh, just he confronts himself like as a dark version, so it's like him but evil, and it's in front of the Golden Globe.
Oh, like an older version of himself or younger?
I think, I don't know if it's specified. I think it's just literally like the way he looks, but evil. I haven't like written down any dialogue now specifically, but it's basically just himself. I think he might. Of course, he has probably a black cape because we know black capes are evil.
So Luke is a Sith, isn't he? As we know.
I mean, Luke, obviously, Kip famously gets a nice black cape from Han. That immediately signal.
Totally not symbolizing anything.
No, that has no symbolism whatsoever.
I really please, I really wish they would stop with the black cape equals evil stuff in Star Wars.
The same thing with red lightsabers as well. But I think,
oh yeah,
I think the black cape is enough. Where like, okay, Luke has a black cape in Return of the Jedi, and like, okay, Anakin.
That was a bit more subtle though, I think, than straight up killing Kip Duron.
Yeah, I think so as well. But yeah, I think red lightsabers are gone. I think you'll never be able to convince most people unless you like literally say it in a TV show. Hey, red, by the way, doesn't actually mean evil.
You basically just have to say to people like, look, guys, it didn't always used to be this way, but I'm pretty sure Leia. Did Anakin have a red lightsaber at any point? Like, Solo? Or
I think Jason did. I think Jason had it, and Leia had one too.
Jason had a red lightsaber.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong on that one.
So Leia definitely had one.
Leia definitely.
I think in Leviathan, Kip has one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Kip.
Which, I mean, of course, I'm gonna take the symbolism there because
to be fair, he has his Bilbo Baggins.
Yeah, exactly.
Outfit
that means he's good at that point.
Of course.
Yeah.
It has meaning. Yeah. But
wait.
So he's
on that topic, I that's why I do like in a coat or two the Atris. Is it? She's clad in all white, basically. Which is kind of cool because that's how she sees herself, as the sort of white knight angel sort of figure who's could do no wrong. I prefer that kind of symbolism to straight up black robes, blah blah blah.
Yeah, black is evil. Red lightsaber means evil. That's just.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the day, it's literally. I mean, I think at some point didn't they like retcon how that like red lightsaber crystals are actually like artificial or something? So.
Yep.
Yeah. So
and I don't like that at all.
No.
It's so dumb. So they like actually worked it in the canon that, I mean, literally the crystal. What do they do? Like they let it bleed out or something, and then they.
That's the Disney canon one. Yeah.
Oh.
They use the Force to bleed the crystal, which is pretty metal, to be honest. But
bleeding a crystal.
I think it's just a bit edgy.
It is a bit edgy.
Bleeding a crystal sounds like something, I don't know, Shadow the Hedgehog would do.
Yeah.
But,
I was going to say Cade Skywalker.
Yeah.
Well, just any John Ostrander character.
Probably, yeah.
Because Lord knows he is edgy. But he's a good writer, at least.
He is an edgy boy, yeah.
But he's definitely edgy. He loves his edgy boys.
Yeah. So wait, I'm just looking through the first chapter. I mean, it's short enough where I can. Oh yes. So. Okay, so he's looking at his. Here it says He stood looking at his own face. Only his eyes were different. Instead of being a pure ice blue, they had been replaced with burning gray coals that smoked and sparked. So it's literally just Anakin's face, gray eyes instead of blue. And
I'm glad. I thought you were going to say yellow.
Yellow.
Thinking,
when I read that passage, I was actually expecting it to be yellow eyes. I was like, oh, I guess gray eyes. Sure, why not?
I think grey's actually better because yellow's just evil, but grey you'd kind of associate with, all the color, all the life has been taken out of him, and that's what that
It's
path will do to
it's
you.
almost like death.
Yeah, he's
Just
Anakin. It's a better symbolism than yellow eyes, I think.
yellow. I mean, hey, remember that one shot where like Anakin Skywalker, turns back to the camera very conveniently to show his yellow eyes.
If
He
you
doesn't
didn't
Anakin, why are you
get it,
turning around? Because I need to show the audience my eyes.
Exactly, like it's literally there's nothing there but the audience. Oh well, but yeah, it was actually nice that I guess there wasn't yellow because you don't need to make it yellow all the time. But oh well.
I have to say these books are probably even better than I remember.
Nice how that happens sometimes, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is actually because I didn't. A lot of these little details I completely forgot about.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like this was written by a competent writer.
who knew what they were doing and just thought ahead. That's a kind of crazy concept. Exactly, yeah. So he faces his own dark side in there. Like, okay, clearly some foreshadowing. Oh yeah, I did another funny where like, oh yeah, you see, Kip, it can be that easy. You don't actually need to genocide at least 2 entire people. But oh well. Remember how Kip was responsible for all of Dorsk's people to get wiped out, and that just never gets mentioned again? That was
He
fun.
was.
Yeah, he was.
Is that in
So-
Jedi Academy?
No,
Nope.
that's Darksaber.
Darksaber.
Oh,
Yeah, so in Darksaber, Kip and Dorsk 81 team up.
yeah.
Be like, hey, this Dala woman, she's out there. Like, we need to find out more. Then they find her, and like they disguise themselves. I think they use the Force also. Some don't remember exactly. I think they just disguise themselves. They're there, right there with Dala, because they think Dala is dead at this point. But there's like rumors, I guess, that she wasn't or something like that. And then they see her in the flesh. She's there. There's a bunch
Yeah.
of stormtroopers, of course. And Kip, seeing her, just starts yelling like a maniac. Like he can't. Like Dorsk 81 is actually next to him, like trying to calm him down. And there was this little moment where he could have just went silent, and it would have been fine. But he just kept yelling until everyone was like, "Hey, wait a minute, who the fuck are you guys?" Start attacking them. Dala's like, "Hey, wait, that one guy from which planet is he? Oh, that planet is close. Let's go there." And then Dala goes to the home planet of Dorsk 81, and everyone gets wiped out. Almost like everyone.
I don't get how people can say Kevin his books are fun because all of his books most of his books contain super weapons and genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we get to Young Jedi Knights, there's like really, really dark shit in it, and they're just kind of like all laughing about it.
Okay, wait,
Like,
Peaky,
remember
you've
that-
read
remember
Young
that-
Jedi Knights then?
I have. There's a
Would-
planet where they go to, and it's just like covered in landmines, and it's like in the-
Sounds like the perfect plan for children.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask Pico, would you say Junior Jedi Knights are more mature then?
yes.
Oh my god, that's...
I would say everything about Junior Jedi Knights is better. World building, the characters, the prose, the writing,
There you
the
go,
references
Dan.
to other things.
Yeah. Yeah,
Everything
even Noah gaslit me a bit with that before I read it, being like, "Oh, Darksaber's at least fun." It's like, I mean, the first half is like pretty competent. Like,
Yeah, but
relatively.
when you press him on it, he says, "Yeah, but it's stupid fun."
Yeah, and stupid fun means like, okay, stupid fun, or generally when people say, "Oh, yeah, that's just like fun," or it's like dumb fun, or you have to switch off your brain. It's like, okay, so it actually just sucks, but you kind of want to be nice about it, which is weird to say about Noah, because like Noah wanting to be nicer about something that he really needs to. But yeah, there you go, Darksaber. Don't read it, everyone. Read the one chapter that's cool and leave everything else.
Yeah, you no matter what people say, if you want to go read Hand of Thrawn or New Jedi Order, you don't need to read all of Bantam.
I don't believe that as well.
I only read the Thrawn trilogy and Dark Empire when I read New Jedi Order.
Yeah.
Oh, and Junior Jedi Knights, of course.
Oh, there you go. I mean, that's quite something. Better
It
than...
is, but Junior Jedi Knights just makes it more depressing.
Dude,
I
Edge
can
of
see that.
Victory after Junior Jedi Knights is it's so fucking...
Oh yeah,
Mm,
Greg Keyes did good for that.
There's a reason I say Junior Jedi Knights I would put in Essential, and it's because of that series.
Oh
mm.
yeah, definitely.
It's the only one that's like a direct sequel to something from Bantam.
I just
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I just
remember.
like how
I remember Sivert saying. I think he said that he read Junior Jedi Knights after reading NJO, and he was just like, it kept making me more and more depressed as I went on. It's like, oh, yeah.
it would make you.
I can. I mean, I have the obvious knowledge where I can see why that would happen, but I'm sure there's like a whole lot more there than
Well,
just that one thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, New Jedi Order. If you read New Jedi Order, Legacy of the Force, and then read Junior Jedi Knights, that's even worse.
I think that's
probably
what
what
Sivert
did.
actually did. I think that might have been what Sivert actually did.
That's what I did. Well, no, I read. Okay, my reading order's a bit weird. I read Legacy of the Force books 1 to 7, and then I read Vector Prime.
Yeah.
And then I read Junior Jedi Knights, and then I read Legacy of the Force books 8 and 9, and then I finished, and then I read the rest of New Jedi Order after that.
Oh yeah, I've actually like recently been rewatching those Beatdown videos just because they're so funny, and yeah, like you started with Legacy of the Force before you even read really anything, and then you went back to New Jedi Order. That's also interesting.
Yeah, so I have a bit of a weird reading order, but I
Yep.
don't recommend anyone do it. But well,
Yeah.
if you don't care about, I mean, I never really cared about that stuff because I knew all the spoilers anyway. So
Yeah. Funnily enough, that was actually like from the way people spoke about it. That was actually my initial plan. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna read the entire Denningverse because I expect to hate it, and then I'll just turn back and read everything else so I end on the high note. That was like my plan. Everyone said like, yeah, don't do that. It's like, oh, please, I kind of want to. Like, no, makes no sense. I'm like, okay.
nope.
Sure.
Spoiling NJO is not worth.
Yeah, it's like everyone said like you don't want your first impression of NJO to be from
the gaslight version.
Exactly. Like you don't want to be your first impression. Like, okay,
I was one of the few people who didn't suffer from confirmation bias. I mean, I guess when I read Vector Prime, I was thinking, I guess Jason was saying stuff like, "Oh, why are politicians getting involved in Jedi business?" I thought, okay, he's a bit arrogant. I guess I could see him turning ND up how he did in Legacy of the Force, but then
you read the rest of NJO.
yeah, no. The more I read, I thought, no, I'm not really buying it. And then, like I said, ironically, it was Star by Star where I really started to just because there's one scene. It's weird. It was one scene where Anakin had gotten injured and knocked over, and then Jason came up to him. He's like, "Yo, you all right, little brother?" And I thought, "Oh, that's really nice." And then I thought, "No way, this guy turns into like an evil Sith Lord." That was the first. That was the real first. Yeah, I think balance point as well because he's a pacifist in that.
Okay.
And then, of course, Traitor, Destiny.
Well, Traitor like confirmed the Denningverse version, right?
Oh yeah, obviously.
That's gonna be so hilarious. Oh man. Yeah. Can't wait till we read that. It's gonna be so great, I'm sure. Exactly. Yeah. We have that. We have my funny about Kip. There you go. Oh yeah, Anakin. Oh yeah, so of course now, Tahiri is aware of that 6-month deadline slowly creeping up, and Anakin is extremely worried that Tahiri will actually decide to leave Yavin for Tatooine. Though it kind of seems like she has no actual desire to stay there. But I mean, still, he would be worried because it's a possibility, of course. So that's nice. Chapter 2. Yeah, so Luke clearly thinks about how he will, he's aware that he's never actually gonna be able to expel either Anakin or Tahiri, since like in the class that they're in, they are by far the most promising Jedi candidates. He knows that he has to punish them if something happens, but he never really can realistically threaten them with getting expelled. Like, yeah, okay, makes kind of sense, obviously, because at the end of the day, like, you really only have a few Jedi candidates left, and sure, you want to discipline them, but yeah, it's kind of also important that they turn out into Jedi, because
I
they,
I don't see Luke as I don't know. He doesn't seem like the kind of teacher to outright expel someone unless he's like
Yeah.
really bad.
yeah, like, I don't know. I wouldn't think of any particular student of Luke
Yeah.
who did anything wrong in the past, you know?
Oh
Everyone's
right. No, yeah, of course not.
everyone's just been very silent and nice and everything. But yeah, no, you're right. Like, especially a child, where it's like, yeah, okay, he's gonna goof off sometimes, and yeah, okay, you also do a bit of dangerous stuff, and of course, he has knowledge that we don't yet know he has, that keeps him from actually like severely punishing them in any way. But yeah, I agree. Like, I wouldn't see Luke as that kind of character, and yeah. Luke, I think, also once again thinks about like Tahiri always tries to actually take the blame for anything that they're up to, like also the blame that you would usually be delivered to Anakin. But yeah, I was like, Luke almost seemed kind of too unfazed by what they've been through, which he shouldn't, like, unless he's like really sure that they would survive. But I don't know. He should maybe be. I mean, he is worried. Maybe he should be a bit more. And yeah, Luke thinks about like he would be sad to lose Tahiri, if she were to choose to return to the Tusken. He points out like to her that that the Tusken are the only living family that she has left, and that there is great value in that. And you know, even though he wants to keep her, she should seriously think about whether she wants to return. Because he says like, of course, it would be nice to have you as a Jedi, but your happiness ultimately comes first. And it's nice that even, you know, if the Jedi would find her like incredibly useful, like that he sees that entire dilemma that way. It's like, hey, would suck if you weren't here with us, but I would understand. That's basically Luke's position, and
A
I like
Jedi is it is nice to see a Jedi Master with an actual healthy attitude towards family.
we don't see that all too often, unfortunately. So yeah, that's like the best way.
Wasn't there a part in that? I mean, maybe this was just between Tahiri and Anakin, but wasn't there a part of it where Luke said, you know, you'll always be family or something to Tahiri?
Oh no, I think I've heard you guys mention that Leia said that to Tahiri.
Oh yeah, that I'm getting confused. That was New Jedi Order.
It might have been that, yeah.
Or was it?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I think I know what you're talking about. I'm pretty sure that's Inju.
I think I've heard that people have said that. Yeah, so it might have been New Jedi Order, probably, yeah. But yeah, no, that's also a nice way. But
yeah, I'm really sorry. I probably have to go now. I need to make dinner. But thanks for having me on. It was a lot of fun talking about these books.
Don't worry, man. Thanks for staying here for so long. It was really fun to have you on. And yeah, January 21st, so there's quite a bit of time. We'll do 4 to 6. So if you decide, you may also join there, however you wish. But in any way,
yeah, I probably will actually. It would be fun to discuss the next 3.
Very nice. But yeah, in any case, thanks for staying for so long, and have a nice day.
Yeah, no problem. You too. All right, take care, guys. Bye.
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 So, chapter 3. Yeah, exactly. This was the moment I spoke about briefly before, like when when the shuttle was taking off to Tatooine from Yavin, that I really noticed like something insanely refreshing, which is the lack of just in general meandering around, because Yeah, I clearly said, like, I've grown really tired of authors wasting my time, like, with completely useless information that nobody needs. And the time until, like, until their flight, it could have been, like, really drawn out if there was a decision to do so. But ultimately, it's not, and it feels like the author respects your time when they don't unnecessarily waste it. And it's obvious that it's written like that because it's a kid's book. You want to keep their attention, so you want to jump from moment to moment. But really, this honestly should be the standard, kind of, for adult books as well, because I said, like, there's nothing adult about needless wastes of time, and I still, like, pretty much stand by that. Like, I get it. Like, sometimes there's a time and place for, like, long drawn out books, but it doesn't need to be there every time. Mostly doesn't need to, probably.
Well, there needs to be a reason for it to be there.
Yeah, exactly. If there's a good enough reason and you make it, like, it's decent enough, then I'm not gonna mind. But, like, in the EU, most books we've seen, I feel like could have been cut at least 100 pages usually. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you don't need. I mean, like, let's say Hand of Thrawn. I thought Hand of Thrawn was appropriate, even though it feels long, but still, like, there's a lot to build up to.
Actually, could have been longer.
It could have arguably been even longer, yeah, because some things could have been fleshed out even more. But that's like, okay, you're making a pretty big conflict here. Or like something, famously Lord of the Rings is very long, but it's like, okay, you're building up a lot of characters and they're going on lots of different journeys, and you're starting from scratch. You have no world, but basically that's a whole new thing all on its own. So you need to be descriptive, and yep.
And then you go to the Han Solo adventures and the Lando adventures. They're really short and condensed because they don't need to
exactly
meander around and waste your time.
You have the character. The character is basically the way you remember them from the movies, and you just jump right into it. There's not a lot to talk about. Them, like, right into it, right into the action, and that's great. Both of them can be great. I mean, obviously, it always comes down to, have you written it nicely? My taskbar doesn't work. Sorry to hear that, mate. I hope your taskbar will work at some point. Exactly, yes. So, yeah, Tahiri is, she's conflicted about how she, how she possibly could even find out whether she's meant to be something else but a Jedi Knight. And, like, making the ultimate decision to stay on Yavin 4 would truly make her, like, into an orphan with no family, because the only familial connection she has left, which are the Tusken, would be forever lost then. Okay, yeah. That's pretty nicely done here. Anakin points out how, she told him that he was meant to be a Jedi Knight no matter what his grandfather was. Like, you're not meant to be a Sith. It doesn't matter what your grandfather was. And the same is true for her. It's like, no matter your family, you are meant to be this. And it's nice, like, to turn that insecurity that Anakin had back around now, and it's like, now it's actually about Tahiri's insecurity. Was a pretty nice and, like, well written way to do that. He also says that no matter what choice she makes, he will always be her friend. But he doesn't mention to her that even if she decides to leave Yavin 4, he will still try and solve the curse of the Golden Globe. Because he's, like, aware that he'd probably
he's the only one at this point that could do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he knows, like, there's no one else left. If I try alone, I'll probably die.
Yeah, he won't be able to.
Yeah,
those two together basically are needed.
Exactly. Yeah, but he doesn't actually tell her that. Of course, it would, like, guilt trip her into making a specific decision, and even he's mature enough to be like, I'm not going to tell her. If she'll stay, she'll stay. If not, I'll try anyway. This is what I need to do. Which is very, very nice. And yeah, as I said, like, I even wrote this down. Like there was so much happening in this entire chapter. It was like honestly one of my favorite ones. Like there was so many things that were covered in really, really short amount of time. Like I mean that's throughout Junior Jedi Knights, but in this chapter it felt like specifically strong. So chapter 4, the group. So Anakin, Tahiri, and Tion is going along with them. They meet Sliven, so the Tusken leader, and Anakin, is fiercely protective of Tahiri because there's like a misunderstanding. They didn't know that Tion was coming along, and so the Tusken like getting pretty defensive, and Anakin is getting defensive as well, specifically of Tahiri, and it's good that Tion is with them. Like that somebody's coming along. I feel like this is something, unless there's like a really, really good reason not to, I feel like this is something Luke would come along to himself and not just, as I said, it's good that he at least sends Tion. But yeah, I don't know. Something about me is like, it's Tatooine, so he knows his way around that planet. I feel like he would want to utilize his own knowledge, and just it's his nephew, so this like extra important, or it should be extra important to him, because it actually being Tion who comes along and not Luke will definitely affect the further story. So we'll account for that when it happens. But wasn't the biggest fan of that. It's not the biggest problem either, just something that I noticed. Exactly. Yes. So Anakin, Anakin himself even thinks about the possibility that the Tusken just killed her parents, which he dismisses as a fate that would be too cruel, which to me was like the immediate affirmation, okay, it probably actually is that. And yeah, there you go. That's what we're left with here. What's wrong with you, Fabe? Like, is everything all right, man? Hey, did you see what it started with? Like, where is it? Okay, where is it? Here, that was the first message I got to bring up. Is Anakin legal? And everything culminates into this. Has he like gone through another character arc while I was gone? I feel like
the Tahiri character arc.
The Tahiri character arc, probably. Fabe, do you feel like you've gone on the same character arc Tahiri went to, being somebody who's also read at least Legacy of the Force? Yeah, he should have started with that like a year ago, honestly, but it's been spiraling out of control for a while now. Jesus Christ. Exactly, yes. So chapter 5, exactly. So now we find out that there was always a little extra thing that Sliven never told Tahiri. So when Sliven initially took in Tahiri, he did so on a promise. Eventually, at some point, she'd have to be brought into the Dune Sea and try to find her way back to the tribe, like as a test. And if she would manage...
We're good.
Oh, everything all right?
Yeah, I thought I spilled my coffee, but we're good. It was empty.
Oh, thank God, yeah. Exactly. So eventually she would have to have that test, she sent into the Dune Sea, needs to return back to the tribe. And if she passes that test, then Sliven A would not be killed. And obviously, if Sliven is not killed, that's the moment where he's allowed to tell her more about who her parents were and what happened to them. And it apparently was, the only way for them to agree to even take in Tahiri in the first place, because it's clearly described that the other Tusken for years now have been very unhappy with the leadership of Sliven because they see him as weak. And that's just kind of that Tahiri is told now, because obviously she didn't know before.
It would affect her choices.
Obviously, yeah, no doubt about that. And she is allowed to either, go alone or at least with Anakin. Like they allow her. They say like he'll probably like influence you negatively, like because he has no idea how to survive in the desert, so he'll probably just be a hindrance. But if you want to, you can take him along. They're not allowed to take Tion with them, and Anakin is clearly not a fan of that entire ordeal. And I'm like, at this point, okay, Tion actually, so Tion isn't allowed to accompany her. At this point, you didn't know yet, so it's like that is immediately what you should try to do. And we get an explanation why she eventually won't. So yeah, I mean, bro, I mean, that speaks a different language, man. Sorry. Okay, chapter 6. Yeah, Anakin, very clearly is immediately like, yeah, I'll accompany Tahiri. There's like no ifs and buts there. And I also, of course, like that Tion is very obviously just not going to let them go willingly. But the Tusken actually, won't let her go. And she immediately is like, oh, there's too many of them. I can't actually defeat them all on my own. And that was also like one of the reasons where I'm like, this is why Luke should have gone there, because I feel like Luke could have easily taken on the entire Tusken tribe. I can buy that Tion isn't able to do so. I wouldn't have bought the same excuse for Luke. So if he was there, that just would have like significantly impacted the story this time.
Which is probably why he sent Tion in the first place.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly. Well, we had Josh here. It was nice to talk about Star Wars for once. You wouldn't know that anymore. These books are like 80 pages. Well, we didn't.
They're actually closer to 120.
Yeah.
So get fucked, idiot.
True, actually. Fuck off, man. And yeah, there you go. They are just that good. There's so much to talk about here. What's wrong with you, man? Like, have you started like smoking weed or something? I really want to know. You've changed, man. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, it was like, okay, the way that Tion being here now, like it makes sense that she is more timid, and it's like I can't take all of these Tusken on my own. Yeah, as I said, I felt like Luke being there would have changed that, but still. Exactly. So Tahiri, she has a heart-to-heart with Sliven. He tells her at least that her parents are called Trist and Kessa, and they nursed him back to health, and they even learned like how to fight with so they taught he taught the two of them how to fight with a Gaddafi, so the Tusken fighting stick, and they were sparring once so as the other Tusken found him, because they aren't allowed to declare a new leader unless they definitively know that their old leader has died. And so at some point they found him at the farm of the two, and they saw him sparring with, I think it was Tahiri's dad, and that's what led them to believe that he was under attack. He was, he killed them. So no, he killed them. So the tribe killed them, and he was at least able to save her from being killed. He very quickly managed to make a pendant, an amulet with the two fingerprints of one of the dad, one of the mom, so that he could give that to Tahiri as like a token, like as a last reminder of her parents. And he took her with him. And while Tahiri is like very clearly sad about the information and she cries, she actually doesn't hate Sliven for the accident. Like, she recognizes it's an accident that just turned out the way it did. It wasn't your fault. And she vows like once she comes back and she survived, she will get a similar pendant with his fingerprint as well. So she has like two of them, which was a very sweet. I mean,
I really like how this scene was structured, where it's like she's talking and it sounds like she's being really strong, and then Anakin looks at her face and You can
Yeah.
see that she's starting to bawl her eyes out, and
It's
because she's a kid.
she's a kid. She's allowed to cry. That's actually totally fine. But still, it was, as I said, like surprisingly mature, surprisingly sophisticated. It was. I did not expect that well of a scene here, but it was pretty fantastic actually. I struggle to
That's
come up
God,
with an
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, ask him if you have a complaint. Complain to him. Exactly. Yeah. No, that chapter was also like basically one of the best chapters here so far. Chapter 7. So in chapter 7 there wasn't really a lot to say. So the journey that they have to go on starts now. They're left alone in the Dune Sea, and we just know, something possibly dangerous awaits. I'm like, okay, this is Tatooine. It's the Dune Sea. It's probably a Krayt dragon, right? And surprise, it's actually going to be a Krayt dragon that will attack them. Chapter 8. Oh yeah, in chapter 8 they actually almost get killed by a Sarlacc. It's not funny, also like a little detail that actually makes quite a bit of sense. Tahiri would probably know what a Krayt dragon is, because that's just something on Tatooine. But she actually has no idea what a Sarlacc is, because it seems like you're far less likely to ever actually see a Sarlacc.
They're pretty rare.
Yeah.
I feel like by the time you see one, you're already falling into it, right?
Exactly. Like it's, I mean, the fact that it's below the ground, like most of it is underground, makes it very obvious that you usually wouldn't see it unless you're about to die. And yeah, Krayt dragon is just something entirely different. Like I remember that shot from first movie where you like see the skeleton, I think, of a Krayt dragon. So yeah, that's just a different story. It makes sense to me. Exactly. And Tahiri, like, she fell down and she was supposed to climb up, but she didn't quite manage. She was a bit too afraid of the Sarlacc. And Anakin begs her, like, hey, you need to start climbing. Go on, go on. And she doesn't. And at some point, it seems like he commands her to do it. Like, he's very forceful in his voice. And I almost felt like, does this mean, like, did he, like, manipulate her mind or something? Think someone else. I'm not sure if it was you said, maybe it's like a battle meditation thing where like it's more like he gave her the courage to do so and didn't really manipulate her into making her. It was less about force and more about just giving her courage. It's like, if it's that, then yeah, that probably fits a bit more. I don't know. I felt in that moment I read it like he used the force to make her do it. Like, oh, okay, is that going to be like addressed? But it wasn't. So I'm like, okay, I'm fine with buying that he just gave her a bit of courage and that was it. Yeah. Chapter 9. So now they encounter a bunch of Jawas, and oh yeah, we learn, or I guess we don't learn. I think somebody mentioned it was in some West End Games thing. Like it was mentioned before that, like where the sand crawlers are from, that at some point in the past, ore miners once brought those sand crawlers to Tatooine, and then they abandoned them once they realized that there's really nothing to dig for on Tatooine. That was just a detail. I was like, sounds kind of weird. Like you bring this heavy machinery on a planet you don't even know if you can dig up anything, and you leave it behind. Then again, we don't know the full story, so this could literally mean anything. Was just interesting, I guess, that was mentioned at all, because I personally never heard of like an origin story to how the sandcrawlers came to Tatooine. Yeah. Anakin, he once again uses the Force to command the Jawas to let him pass into the sandcrawler. To him, the sandcrawler is like very obviously broken down. He repairs it, and in exchange for that, Anakin and Tahiri get food, water, and even a ride, which is pretty nice, of course. Yep, that's it. Chapter. Wait, where is chapter 10? Did I know?
It's right below. At least, I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Do you have a document? Because I'm looking at.
Yeah, I had it in my notes app, but I guess it's not there anymore for some reason. But here, it's here in the Discord. I see it.
Yeah.
Exactly. At chapter 10. Oh yeah, they get provided, as I said, with supplies, and oh yeah, it was funny. It was described that to Jawas, the smell actually conveys a lot of information, and since they apparently smelled like Tuscan, they just determined they were Tuscan. I think they even gave them I'm not sure if it was an actual Gaddafi or just something resembling it. So it was funny that they thought of them as Tuscan. And yeah, so they continue walking, and from, there's a bunch of Womprats fleeing, and Tahir is like, okay, that means they are being stalked, and it seems to be by a crate dragon. Chapter 11. Exactly. So chapter 11, Anakin gets injured by the crate dragon that inevitably attacks, and she gets taken into its den to eventually be eaten. Tahiri runs as fast as she can, and then she also she searches for a weapon to use against it once she reaches the den, and she decides on a large boulder that she sees there, and there wasn't really a lot to say otherwise. Although I think in that moment when Tahiri starts running, I think she also starts tearing up a bit, because I mean, it's a crate dragon. I think the hope was already leaving her a bit that Anakin survives this. So yeah, it was appropriate for her, because once again she's a child, and that's actually totally fine. Chapter 12. Oh yeah, I mean, there is no try, only do. We always hear that phrase. It's a returning phase, of course, but I think this was the first time that it was mentioned to actually be a part of the Jedi Code now, which totally makes sense to me. Luke learned that line himself, and he
physically learned it.
And he physically learned it through his own experience. So it makes total sense to have that be in the Jedi Code, but it's nice that it's actually mentioned. Anakin and Tahiri, together, they managed to use the Force to get a bunch of boulders to crash onto the crate dragon's tail, which pins it inside its den, so they get to leave. And that's pretty cool and a pretty believable way of them beating that thing. And yeah, as they are traveling, Anakin's wound begins to get infected. And there was also there was the other scene where I thought I'm not sure I ever saw any violence towards children, I guess, being depicted in Star Wars ever. But he has a pretty big gash in his rib cage, and it starts to get infected. I was like, oh, okay. I guess I somehow didn't expect that to happen in Star Wars, but here we are. And yeah, it wasn't done in some overly edgy way. It was just yep, he's injured, now he gets infected, and that's it. Yep. Tahiri, yeah, she manages to find a fruit, and it's the rind of the fruit is, it can be used to serve as a crude help against the infection, and that's kind of nice, because Tahiri has learned that from the Tuscan, and they have another idea. So since the Tuscan, in general, and Tahiri as well, have a close relationship to their banthas, she wants to try to call her bantha with the Force, which is okay, pretty smart idea. Chapter 13. So they reach the camp by calling the bantha together. The bantha eventually reaches them, and they ride it back into the camp. Sliven hopes that Tahiri will stay there, since in his mind she is a Tuscan raider. But Tahiri, in that moment, when she returns, recognizes that she will never be a Tuscan raider, because basically all of the skills that she utilized to survive were somehow connected to the Force, and not those of a Tuscan. Other than that, other than the infection thing, yeah, really everything she used was somehow Force related. It's yeah, that's who I really am. That's what I naturally gravitate towards. So there was also really mature way and a logical way to deal with that conflict. But in her mind, still Tahiri recognizes that Sliven is a father to her, and Sliven also recognizes that she is a daughter to him. And as she promised before, he takes a pendant with his fingerprint and gifts it to her. Exactly, yes. So the group now lands back on, like, they immediately land on Yavin 4 again. Yeah, I like that little interaction between Luke and Tion, where they come back and Luke just looks at Tion.
Yeah, he's like, go clean up. We'll talk in a sec.
Yeah, but he's immediately like, he can tell that
Yeah.
she tried everything to protect them, but that it wasn't possible to do anything more than what she ended up doing. Because it sounds like something that makes sense, actually. Yeah, you can very easily convey a lot of messages just by looking. It's like, she probably looked like really, really guilty, but yeah, like as Luke correctly understood, there wasn't actually anything more than she was able to do. Yeah, there you go. And they just immediately they're like, yep, get patched up, get cleaned up, and they just slept for a while, which also totally makes sense. Leia, we get the information that actually at some point Leia wanted Anakin to leave the academy. I mean, makes sense. It's a dangerous place apparently, but both Han and Luke actually convinced her to let him stay, which was nice. Chapter 15. Yeah, once again, there isn't a lot to say here. Anakin dreams again. This time he dreams about actually entering the Golden Globe. He reunites with Tahiri, after his sleep, who just, once again, she chews his ear off, and they both seem to have missed that interaction. That was like really nice and adorable way to let them reunite. And yeah, then they make the decision to go and try and lift the curse of the Golden Globe. In chapter 16, they enter the temple. They get taunted by the evil spirits or whatever exactly was inside there. Once again, I said, like, I like how Tahiri like very firmly declares herself a Jedi and like a warrior of the light. Like it makes me believe that she will like really stay on the good path throughout her life and be like a valiant protector of the Jedi Order. Yeah, we'll talk about that. They do something that's also like it's quite childish, obviously, which makes it work really well. Which is that they the whole time as they get taunted, they just start to laugh so much that they can't actually hear the taunts. Like it's like a really simple. It's like a really simple solution, but it works so well.
It is exactly what a child would think of.
Yeah,
like someone trying to talk to you, and you're like, ha 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 ha.
Exactly, like this laughing in your face kind of thing. That's precisely what a child would do. Yeah. So I thought that was perfectly sensible for them, especially because there's really nothing else that they can do against that. And so as they they find the globe, and now it seems like Exar Kun's servant tries to kill the children, since from inside the globe they actually hear the horrified like screams and sobs of the children that try to claw their way out. And that just, I was just like confused. I guess it's like, if there is a servant around, why didn't he try to kill them before? I think I can buy it enough that it's only because of the children's presence that the servant was like reactivated and now he's around again. Like, you know what? Fine, okay. That's where it being a children's book kind of comes into play again. Where I'm like, I'm fine accepting a few things here and there that maybe don't quite make a lot of sense or that aren't just explained enough. But no matter what, like that scene, it was written like kind of terrifyingly. Just reading like, oh, there's like a bunch of children that are just crying and desperately trying to escape that fucking globe. Was pretty was pretty intense, actually. Yeah, exactly. Noah has no patience. He's like, the only thing he wants is to get angry and listen to Matt Wilkins' Invincible. I don't know if he has already watched that video, but Noah's just he's only out there to hate. Obviously, maybe the servant is a failsafe execution put in place in case they try to escape. That's kind of what I think. Even Graham said that, like, yeah, maybe something that was just triggered at that moment, more or less. Yeah, you know what? Fine enough. I don't mind that too much. But yeah, there you go. Chapter 17. Anakin and Tahiri, they try and actually succeed in weakening the field of the Golden Globe together, like with the Force. Anakin suggests that he goes in alone, first, in case one, fails, and the other one needs to be able to help or get help. And I like the logic. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, you want somebody behind in case something goes wrong. And it's also mentioned like that he's very assertive and like very confident. Like, no, you stay behind. I'll go inside myself. I just like that scene. Pretty nice. He manages to get the children to like hold on to him. And in chapter 18, together, they manage to pull Anakin out of the globe. So, Tahiri helps him. The Massassi children inside thank them and then, disappear to join the rest of the people. And now we get a revelation, Josh, that we talked about earlier, in case you're still listening. So Anakin, not Anakin, sorry, Luke. Luke actually knew about Ygritte and the Golden Globe the entire time. And he was also aware that he isn't allowed to go in there, otherwise that Golden Globe is going to shatter. So he just asks them immediately as they return, like, did you break the curse? Did you manage to do so? That's evident. Okay, he just knew everything. And I wasn't aware of that, but then Yupika like mentioned it to me. That also means that R2 initially like not obeying Luke directly, seemingly, but more so protecting the children actually makes sense because yeah, Luke already know everything that they're about to do. So it's so it's not a problem. It makes
and
Luke
even then, it's possible that he told them later on. And
exactly, yeah. And it makes Luke, once again, it makes Luke a lot smarter, like, because he didn't just let them roam around with no knowledge of what they were doing whatsoever. He knew what was going on. And because a lot of times you could ask, like, wait, why are they sneaking out so easily? Like, shouldn't there be something against it? It's like, well, technically yes, but in this case it actually makes sense because Luke knows that there's a reason why they need to go out, and so he lets them, and that's pretty cool, actually. Like I said earlier, it's great that basically all the logistical problems in these books can be explained pretty easily. That's true. Like,
yep.
If you really only need to add minimal information to make something work, then it's pretty good.
You've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, exactly. I guess, like, with me, it always also kind of depends, like, how the book is generally. So if I notice that a book generally has so many logistical problems already that can't easily be explained away, and then you have all these additional problems, I'm like more negative towards them because I'm like, okay, the entire body already doesn't work, so I'm gonna get into the problems more and more. But yeah, here it's pretty easy, and yeah, as we said, I mean, as you say yourself, they're children's books, so like they have a very easy explanation for logical problems. It's like, okay, it's not meant to actually be the most sophisticated. It just
is.
It just accidentally turned out that way. Yes, I know. Luke knowing the whole time is pretty funny, but it also makes sense. And like you said, it portrays Luke as actually being smart. Yes, because like the first time they sneak out and you recognize, wait, this moon is actually fucking dangerous. You immediately need to find some explanation of why does Luke not put so much safety around them that it's impossible for them to escape. In this case, it makes sense. Yeah, he does. He is together with Ygritte. Like, he waits.
Yeah, right at the end, him and Ygritte are together at the entrance of the Palace of the Woolly Mander.
Yep. So he did know. At least it's the implication that he always knew. I mean, that's probably the person he learned everything from. Like, so makes sense. Exactly. So they just so everything's done. So they just enjoy their peace as they like right now. They don't move towards any danger, but just peace in general, and their ultimate goal also to become Jedi Knights. And oh yeah, once again, with those wonderful experiences, I'm sure both of them will have lengthy and glorious careers as valiant protectors of the light, and nothing will go wrong. Because why would it?
Yay!
Woohoo! And that's it. That's the end of the third book, Promises. Now, out of 10, what would you give this one?
I'm gonna give it another 9. I love this one. I think this one might be my favorite.
Fair enough. I was also thinking I would probably say that the first was better, but I was also thinking like I could actually like this one more because
Like satisfying wise?
yeah, just like the emotional highs were quite impressive. Like everything with Tahiri and the Tuscan, just getting all of these revelations. There's so much there. I also think that they are quite high. I'm wondering, is it another 9? Maybe it's like an 8.5 for me, but I said
That's
at
fair.
least 8.5.
Oh no, it's only an 8.5.
I mean, that basically means they suck. So, right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I think 8.5, almost 9-ish is the one for me. I'm not quite decided if I like this one more than the first one. But yeah, I mean, those are pretty fantastic. And yeah, just in general, at least for the first half of Junior Jedi Knights, it's amazing. Quite honestly, it shouldn't be as amazing as it is, but here we are. So
I disagree. I think it should be this amazing.
True, it should be, but like
It should be everything else as amazing as this.
yeah, no, that's true. Fair enough.
It should be the standard.
It should be. This should be like the minimum for an adult book, because like for obvious reasons. But the fact that it isn't is, yeah, as I said, it's really sad. But hey, we got this instead, so we can enjoy something really good. And yeah, that's actually the end of the stream because, as you can see from the title, we're only doing the first 3 books this year. And yeah, January 21st, that's the 3rd Sunday of January. That's when we'll be back because, yeah, first 2 weeks of January are busy. I won't be able to stream. But I'm really, really looking forward to those because
Yes.
if the first 3 books are any indicator, it's going to be fantastic.
They're great too. I'm just
Nice.
they're I haven't finalized my thoughts on those ones as much as these ones.
Yeah, because I was actually going to ask you, like, without spoiling, just ranking the 6 like in order, which order you would give.
Let's see if I can think. I'm gonna say 3 is my favorite.
Mhm.
Then I go back and forth between 1 and 5, or 1 and 4.
Oh, okay.
And then 6 is up there too. So maybe 3, 1, 4, 6, 5, 2. I think
3,
might
1,
be my
6, 5, 2. Okay. I mean, not knowing which one is like the definitive best, that's a nice problem to have about a book series. So will be enjoyable to experience the last 3. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say. If
Wait, hang on. Keep talking for 31 seconds.
For 31 seconds. Okay, I will try to keep talking for 31 seconds. It's a very specific time frame, but I'll hope there's something nice there. But yeah, I like how really every thought I had about this book is like, it always turns back to the title, which is surprisingly sophisticated. So yeah, like that this is a book where I would say read this rather than like 24 adult books. It's so bizarre.
You learn so much about the Jedi Academy as well. From
Which, I mean, fair enough. There has never been like a book series which is just called the Jedi Academy, like, series or trilogy or something. So where else would you learn about the Jedi? Obviously. But yeah.
Okay, so this is now our longest stream.
Oh, okay. You really wanted to have that for
I wanted JJK longer than Jedi Prince. It deserves.
That's understandable. Jedi Prince was me making stupid notes. This one actually was worth it, yeah. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you stayed here for this long, I thank you for listening. If I don't communicate with any one of you in any way, then I'm already gonna wish you a happy new year. And we'll see each other next time for the rest of Junior Internet Nights. So thanks everyone, and bye-bye.
Bye.